Happy New Year, everyone! Can you believe we've arrived in 2026? Before we move forward, let's take a moment to look back. I've put together a collection of 120 headlines from 2025, covering 10 major stories for every month. Whether you're relaxing at home or multitasking, use this for your English listening practice. Sit back, relax, and let's rewind to January 2025.
Oma Bluefin sells for 207 million yen at Toyosu. Early on January 5th, the first tuna auction of the year was held at Toyosu Market in Tokyo. The top fish was a fresh bluefin tuna from Oma, Awamori. It weighed about 276 kilograms and was sold for 207 million yen. This price became the second highest since records began in 1999. Buyers and market workers cheered as the auction started the new year with strong energy and big attention from the media. The winning company planned to use the tuna at high-end restaurants as a lucky fish for customers. The event was not only about business, it also worked like a yearly sign of hope for fishers, wholesalers, and the food industry. At the same time, people talked about how rare and valuable top-quality tuna had become. Many viewers enjoyed the tradition, while others wondered if such huge prices would continue in the future.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Toyosu tuna auction news? At Toyosu's first auction, an Oma bluefin sold for 20.7 million yen after weighing about 276 kilograms. At Toyosu's first auction, a Miyazaki bluefin sold for 207 million yen, the second highest record. At Toyosu's first auction, an Oma bluefin sold for 207 million yen, setting the all-time record. At Toyosu's first auction, an Oma bluefin sold for 207 million yen, the second highest record. The answer is 4.
Huge wildfire near Los Angeles forced mass evacuations. A large wildfire near Los Angeles grew quickly and caused a major emergency. The fire started on January 7th and spread with strong winds. By January 8th, officials had ordered more than 100,000 people to leave their homes. At least 5 people were reported dead and many buildings were damaged or destroyed. Firefighters worked through heavy smoke and difficult weather, while shelters opened for evacuees across the area. The fire showed how fast disasters can grow when dry land and strong winds combine. Local leaders warned residents to follow evacuation orders early because roads could become blocked. The incident also raised new concern about wildfire seasons in California and how to protect communities, including better warnings and safer building plans. As crews continued to fight the flames, many families faced uncertainty about when they could return and what would be left.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the wildfire near Los Angeles? Near Los Angeles, a large wildfire spread fast and forced evacuations for over 100,000 residents. Near Los Angeles, a wildfire spread fast, but officials said fewer than 10,000 people needed to evacuate. Near Los Angeles, a wildfire grew with strong winds, yet evacuation orders were lifted within the same day. Near Los Angeles, firefighting crews contained the blaze early, so shelters were not opened for evacuees. The answer is 1.
Ex-MFU worker arrested for safe box gold theft. Ex MFU worker arrested for safe box gold theft.
On January 14th, Tokyo police arrested Yukari Imamura, a former employee of MUFG Bank, on suspicion of theft. She was accused of stealing about 20 kilograms of gold ingots from customers' safe deposit boxes. The gold was worth roughly 260 million yen. MUFG said she had misused spare keys kept at branches and opened boxes without permission. The bank apologized and said it would cooperate with the investigation.
The case shook trust in a service that is supposed to be extremely secure. MUFG later announced steps to prevent repeats, such as tighter control of spare keys and additional security checks. Reuters also reported that executives took pay cuts and that the bank worked on compensation for affected clients. The incident became a reminder that even strong systems can fail if internal controls are weak, and it pushed calls for better oversight in the banking industry.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the MUFG safe deposit box case? Tokyo police arrested an MUFG executive accused of stealing 2 kilograms of gold using branch spare keys. A former MUFG worker was arrested for opening safe deposit boxes, but investigators said only cash was taken. Tokyo police arrested ex-MUFG worker Yukari Imamura, accused of stealing about 20 kilograms of gold from safe boxes. MUFG apologized after gold worth about 26 million yen went missing from customers' safe deposit boxes. The answer is 3.
Ichiro entered Japan's Baseball Hall of Fame. On January 16th, Japan's Baseball Hall of Fame announced its 2025 selections. Ichiro Suzuki was chosen as a new Hall of Famer, along with other famous names. The announcement celebrated Ichiro's long career and his impact on baseball in Japan and the United States. Many fans remembered his sharp hitting, strong throwing arm, and hard training style. The news quickly spread online and congratulatory messages poured in. Ichiro played in NPB and became a star in MLB, setting many records and inspiring younger players. His Hall of Fame entry was seen as recognition of more than just numbers. It also honoured his professional attitude and global influence. The museum said the ceremony schedule would be announced later. For many people, the selection felt like a moment to look back at an era when a Japanese player changed how the world viewed Japanese baseball.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Ichiro's Hall of Fame news? Ichiro entered the Hall of Fame as a coach after retiring from his playing career only last season. Japan's Baseball Hall of Fame named Ichiro Suzuki in its 2025 class, honoring his Japan and MLB career. Japan's Baseball Hall of Fame announced the 2025 class, but Ichiro was not selected in the voting. The museum honored Ichiro in the 2024 class, saying his best years were mainly in Japan's league. The answer is 2.
Rich and scam sentence became final. 8 years, 6 months. Richin. The prison sentence for a woman known online as Itadakachi Joshi Ririchan became final in mid-January. She had been convicted of fraud for tricking men she met through matching apps and other methods. Reports said she took more than 100 million yen in total from several victims. Her punishment was 8 years and 6 months in prison, plus a fine of 8 million yen.
The case drew wide attention because it mixed romance scams and social media. Many people discussed why victims trusted her and how such scams spread. Experts and police warned that scammers often create a friendly story, then ask for money again and again. The case also highlighted the need for education about online safety, especially for people who feel lonely or are under stress. After the sentence became final, media outlets urged users to be careful with personal information and to seek advice early if money requests appear.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Ei-Chan fraud sentence news? In the Ei-Chan fraud case, an 8-year, 6-month prison sentence and an 8 million yen fine became final. In the Ei-Chan case, the court gave a suspended sentence, so she avoided prison time. She met men through matching apps, but reports said the total fraud amount stayed under 10 million yen. In the Ei-Chan fraud case, the final sentence was 6 years, 8 months, plus a fine of 80 million yen. The answer is 1.
Donald Trump sworn in as 47th U.S. President. On January 20th, Donald Trump was sworn in as the 47th President of the United States. Because of very cold weather, key parts of the ceremony took place inside the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. After the oath, he delivered an inaugural address and began his second term. Supporters celebrated the return of his leadership, while opponents worried about what his new policies would mean for the country. The inauguration became a major global news event. In Washington, large crowds gathered in viewing areas, and protests were also seen. News organizations focused on what the new administration would do first, such as executive actions and policy priorities. Other countries watched closely because U.S. decisions can affect security, trade, and the global economy. The day showed how divided American politics remained, but it also marked a clear turning point that shaped many debates in the months that followed.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Trump's inauguration? On January 20th, Trump became the 46th president, and the ceremony was held on the White House lawn. Cold weather led officials to cancel the inauguration entirely and replace it with an online-only broadcast. On January 20th, Donald Trump took the oath as the 47th U.S. president. Key events moved indoors. Trump was sworn in at the Capitol, but he delayed starting his term until February because of protests. The answer is 3.
Stargate project launched with $500 billion AI infrastructure plan. On January 21st in Washington, SoftBank Group and OpenAI announced a new company called the Stargate project. The plan aimed to build new AI infrastructure in the United States. They said they wanted to invest $500 billion over 4 years, starting quickly with $100 billion. Oracle and MGX were listed as early investors, and SoftBank's Masayoshi Son was set to be chairman. The announcement suggested a very big push for data centers and computing power. Supporters said the project could create jobs and strengthen US leadership in AI. At the same time, some people questioned how such a huge investment would be funded and how quickly new facilities could be built. Large AI data centers also need a lot of electricity, so energy and local approvals became key topics.
Still, the Stargate plan showed that the global race for AI infrastructure had entered a new, larger stage.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Stargate project announcement? SoftBank and OpenAI announced Stargate, but the plan was only $50 billion for US data centers. Stargate named Oracle and MGX as partners, yet it said the first investment would be just $10 billion. The Stargate company focused on AI software exports, not building infrastructure like data centers and computing power. SoftBank and OpenAI launched the Stargate project, planning about $500 billion for US AI infrastructure over 4 years. The answer is 4.
Masahiro Nakai announced retirement from show business. On January 23rd, Japanese TV star Masahiro Nakai announced that he would retire from the entertainment industry. He posted the message on a paid fan club website and apologized for causing trouble. Several media reports linked the decision to a personal scandal that had led to program cancellations and strong public attention. For many fans, the announcement was shocking because Nakai had been a major figure on TV for decades. The news sparked a wide discussion about responsibility, privacy, and how the media handles scandals. Some people felt sympathy for fans and colleagues who were affected, while others argued that public figures must face strict standards. In the entertainment world, the case also raised questions about management systems, contracts, and how to protect both victims and workers. After the announcement, viewers looked back at Nakai's long career and the many popular shows he had led.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Masahiro Nakai's retirement announcement? Nakai said he would take a short break and return soon instead of leaving show business. Masahiro Nakai announced his retirement on a paid fan club site and apologized for causing trouble. He revealed the decision at a live press conference, saying no TV programs had been canceled. His agency announced retirement, but the message was posted for free on social media, not a fan club. The answer is 2.
DeepSeek AI launch shock markets. Nvidia plunged sharply. On January 27th, a Chinese AI startup called DeepSeek released a low-cost AI model and app that quickly drew attention. Investors feared that cheaper AI could reduce the need for expensive chips and huge spending. US tech stocks fell, and Nvidia dropped about 17% in one day. The Nasdaq also had a big decline. The move erased an enormous amount of market value and became known as a DeepSeek shock in many reports.
Reuters explained that DeepSeek claimed strong performance with much lower development costs, which challenged the common belief that only massive budgets can build top AI. Analysts debated how real the threat was because model tests can be hard to verify. Still, the event pushed companies and investors to rethink AI plans, pricing, and competition. Even after some prices recovered later, the message was clear. New AI players could change the market very quickly.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the DeepSeek market shock? DeepSeek launched an expensive AI service, and investors pushed Nvidia shares up about 20% in one day. DeepSeek's news mainly hit Japanese car makers, while US tech stocks stayed steady and avoided large losses. DeepSeek released a low-cost AI model, triggering fears over chip demand. NVIDIA shares fell roughly 20%. NVIDIA fell because DeepSeek bought too many GPUs, creating shortages and forcing chip prices sharply higher. The answer is 3.
Sinkhole in Yashio killed driver after truck fell? Sinkhole in Yashio killed driver after truck fell? On January 28, a serious road sinkhole opened in Yashio City, Saitama Prefecture, and a truck fell into it. Local reports said the collapse happened around the morning at a major intersection. Authorities believed a damaged sewer pipe may have caused the ground to give way. Rescue work and safety checks began, and traffic restrictions were put in place. The accident led to a fatality and shocked many residents who use the road daily. Saitama Prefecture. The incident raised concerns about ageing infrastructure and hidden risks under roads. After the accident, the national government announced emergency checks and surveys to prevent similar sinkholes linked to sewer systems. Local officials also faced the challenge of repair planning while keeping nearby communities safe. The Yashio sinkhole became a strong reminder that maintenance work, data on underground pipes, and quick information sharing are essential for public safety.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Yashio sinkhole accident? In Yashio, Saitama, a road sinkhole swallowed a truck, killing the driver. Officials suspected sewer pipe damage. In Yashio, a sinkhole opened, but the truck stopped safely and no one was injured. Officials blamed a water supply pipe leak, and the city kept the road fully open without restrictions. After the sinkhole, emergency checks began, but the accident involved a train, not a truck. The answer is 1.
Tokyo court gives suspended sentences to private arrest YouTuber duo. On the 3rd of February 2025, a Tokyo court gave suspended prison sentences to 2 men who ran the YouTube channel Guts.ch, famous for filming so-called private arrests. Prosecutors said they pretended to be a woman online and told a man to bring methamphetamine to Tokyo so they could film his arrest. The court found them guilty. The 31-year-old was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months in prison, suspended for 3 years. The 29-year-old got 10 months, also suspended. The judge called their motive selfish and risky. The 2 men posted videos of chasing and holding people they claimed were criminals, and they earned ad money from views. This case raised a clear question. Citizen arrest can be legal in limited situations, but making a crime happen for content crosses a line. The court said their messages showed a planned setup, even though they said they did not mean to encourage drug possession. Because the prison terms were suspended, they will not go to jail unless they break the law again during the next 3 years.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Guts.ch YouTubers trial? The court ruled they only filmed a methamphetamine case and gave no punishment because citizen arrests are legal. Prosecutors said they encouraged drug delivery, but the judge found them not guilty, calling the messages harmless pranks. Judges said they set up a filmed arrest by urging methamphetamine delivery, and both received suspended prison sentences. Both YouTubers were jailed immediately for drug possession, and the court ignored claims about filming for ad money. The answer is 3.
Trump order limits transgender girls from women's school sports nationwide. On February 5th, President Donald Trump signed an executive order aimed at keeping transgender girls and women out of female sports in schools and colleges. The order said the US should protect fair and safe competition for women and girls. It also warned that schools could lose federal support if they allow male athletes to compete in women's events. Supporters said the change will protect women's chances to win and get scholarships. Critics said it targets a very small group of athletes and may increase discrimination. Sports groups reacted quickly. On February 6, the NCAA changed its policy and said women's competitions are limited to student athletes who were assigned female at birth. It said student athletes assigned male at birth may still practice with women's teams and receive support, such as medical care while practicing. Legal experts also noted that the order could be challenged in court because Title IX rules and transgender rights have been argued for years. The debate is likely to continue through 2025.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the executive order on women's sports? Trump threatened schools' federal support. NCAA limited women's events to athletes assigned female at birth. The order supported transgender participation and told colleges to include trans women in all women's competitions. After the order, NCAA banned trans athletes from practices too, ending medical help and access to team training. The executive order applied only to pro sports, so schools and college leagues faced no policy pressure. The answer is 1.
Trump Gaza rebuild idea draws strong backlash at home and abroad. President Trump's Gaza idea drew strong backlash in early February. He suggested the United States could take control of the Gaza Strip after the war, move Palestinian residents to other places, and rebuild the area into a large seaside resort. Many diplomats and analysts said the proposal was shocking and unclear. Even some Republicans questioned it. They worried it could pull the United States into another long overseas mission and could cost American taxpayers a lot of money. The plan also raised fears about how it would treat Gaza's people and their future. Many countries said moving people by force would break international norms and would not solve the main issue of Palestinian self-rule. In Washington, several voices repeated that a two-state solution should remain the long-term goal. Critics also said Gaza's rebuilding would require agreements with Israel, Arab states, and Palestinians themselves. But Trump did not show a clear legal path or timeline. The arguments showed how hard it is to turn a bold headline into a real peace plan that others will accept.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Trump's Gaza rebuilding idea and reactions? Trump proposed only short-term humanitarian aid for Gaza and promised the U.S. would never manage rebuilding. He said Arab states had accepted his resort plan and Palestinians would remain in Gaza under their own rule. The plan focused on a two-state treaty already signed, with Israel and Palestine agreeing on borders and security. Trump floated U.S. control of Gaza and moving residents out, and many governments warned it breaks international rules. The answer is 4.
Mizuhara, sentenced to 57 months, ordered to repay Otani millions. On February 6th in California, February 7th in Japan, a US federal judge sentenced Issei Mizuhara, former interpreter for baseball star Shohei Ohtani, to 57 months in prison. Prosecutors said Mizuhara stole money from Ohtani's bank account and sent nearly $17 million to pay illegal sports betting debts. The judge ordered him to pay back $16,975,010 to Ohtani and about $1.15 million to the US tax agency. Mizuhara had pleaded guilty to bank fraud and filing a false tax return. The case shocked many fans because Mizuhara was seen for years at Ohtani's side, helping him in Japan and the US States. Investigators said Mizuhara used trust to get access to accounts and hide the transfers. Prosecutors warned that famous athletes can be targets of fraud when friends or staff handle private information. The judge also set a date for Mizuhara to surrender to federal authorities later in spring. Teams may now review how they protect players' money and personal data.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Issei Mizuhara's sentencing? The judge gave no prison time, saying Mizuhara's transfers were mistakes and placed him on probation only. A federal judge gave Mizuhara 57 months and ordered nearly $17 million repaid to Ohtani plus taxes. The court ordered Ohtani to cover Mizuhara's gambling debts, then closed the case without any criminal sentence. Mizuhara was sentenced to 57 months, but prosecutors said the stolen money was under $1 million total. The answer is 2.
Dewi Sukarno launches 12-piece party ahead of summer election. On February 12th, celebrity and animal welfare activist Dewi Sukarno announced a new political group called the 12-Piece Party. At a news conference in Tokyo, she said the group will focus on protecting dogs and cats and will aim for the summer election for Japan's upper house. The party name is a play on the Japanese sounds for dogs and cats. Dewi said she wants stronger rules to stop abuse and improve animal shelters. The announcement quickly became a hot topic on TV and online. The group said its key ideas include banning the eating of dogs and cats and improving laws on how pets are sold and cared for. Some people questioned whether a single-issue party can win seats, but supporters argued that animal welfare is linked to public health and education. They also said clearer rules could reduce illegal breeding and bad pet shops. Even if the party stays small, it may push bigger parties to talk more seriously about animal protection policies.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Dewi Sukarno's new political group? She formed the group for dog and cat welfare, but said it would not run this summer. At the launch, she defended pet shops and opposed tighter rules on breeding, sales, and animal shelters. Dewi Sukarno launched the 12-Piece Party for dog and cat welfare, aiming for the summer upper house vote. Her platform focused on expanding dog and cat meat trade, saying a legal market would reduce abuse. The answer is 3.
Japan to release stockpile rice as prices stay high nationwide. Rice prices in Japan stayed unusually high in February, and many households felt the squeeze. On February 14th, the agriculture minister said the government will release 210,000 tons of stockpile rice to improve distribution and calm the market. He said rice was getting stuck in the supply chain and was not reaching stores smoothly. The ministry also said it could increase the amount if needed. The move was meant to protect consumers because rice is a basic food for many families. Stockpile rice is usually kept for emergencies, but officials said the price problem had become serious. The government planned to sell the rice through bidding and asked wholesalers and retailers to move it quickly so shoppers could see lower prices. Experts noted that rice prices depend on weather, demand, and buying habits, so the impact may take time. Still, the announcement sent a strong signal that the state will step in when a key food becomes too expensive for everyday life.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's stockpile rice decision? Officials said rice supply was smooth, so they refused to use stockpiles and blamed shoppers for panic buying. Japan announced releasing 210,000 tons of stockpile rice to reduce distribution slowdowns and bring prices down. The ministry released stockpile rice only to restaurants, saying supermarkets should keep current high prices for farmers. The government planned to release stockpile rice, but said it would donate it for free without any bidding. The answer is 2.
Comedian Kuruma Takahira pauses work over online casino gambling report. On February 19th, comedian Kuruma Takahira from the duo Reiwa Roman said he would pause his work for a while. Reports linked the decision to illegal online casino gambling. Takahira apologized and said he would reflect on his actions. His agency said it will check the facts and will strengthen rules for its talent. The news spread quickly because the duo had been gaining popularity and many fans were waiting for their TV shows and live events. Gambling is strictly limited in Japan, and using overseas online casinos can still be treated as illegal betting. The case became part of a wider discussion about celebrities and social responsibility. Many people said public figures should understand the law and avoid risky behaviour that could influence young fans. Others pointed out that online casinos are easy to access on smartphones, so public education is important. The incident may lead agencies and broadcasters to tighten checks and training.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Kuruma Takahira's activity pause? Takahira denied any gambling link and said he would keep all TV shows and live events as scheduled. He admitted betting but promised no break, and his agency said it would not investigate the situation. He apologized for online casino reports but said he would keep working while his partner paused instead. Following online casino reports, Takahira apologized and announced a temporary pause while his agency checked facts. The answer is 4.
Man who attacked Kishida gets 10-year prison sentence in Wakayama. On February 19th, the Wakayama District Court sentenced Ruji Kimura, 25, to 10 years in prison for attacking former Prime Minister Fumio Kishida in April 2023. Kimura threw a homemade pipe bomb-like device near Kishida during a campaign event, and it exploded. Kishida was not hurt, but the scene turned chaotic and people were injured. Prosecutors asked for a longer sentence and said the act was attempted murder. The defense argued he did not mean to kill. The court said the attack was a serious threat to democracy and that Kimura understood his device could cause death. The case renewed fears about safety for politicians after other high-profile attacks in Japan. Parties and police have been forced to review how leaders meet voters in public spaces. Many observers said open campaigning is important, but it must be balanced with stronger security. The ruling showed that violence during elections will be punished heavily, even when the target survives.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Wakayama ruling on the Kashida attack? Wakayama court sentenced a 25-year-old to 10 years for throwing a homemade explosive near Kashida in 2023. Because Kashida was unharmed, the defendant received a suspended sentence and was released the same day. The court said the device never exploded, so it treated the act as minor obstruction with a small fine. The attack happened during a 2025 TV debate, and prosecutors dropped attempted murder charges after an apology. The answer is 1.
Three teens arrested for AI-aided hacking and phone line fraud scheme. Late in February, Tokyo police arrested 3 teenage boys for breaking into Rakuten mobile accounts and making many phone line contracts without permission. Investigators said the students used an AI tool that can write code to build a program that tried logins again and again. They were suspected of buying huge lists of leaked IDs and passwords. Police said the group may have made about 1,500 lines and then sold them. They may have gained about 7.5 million yen in cryptocurrency. The case showed how AI can make cybercrime easier and faster. Reports said the boys were in middle and high school and they met through online games and messaging apps. Rakuten Mobile said it would support the investigation and warned customers to use strong passwords and two-step verification. Experts also stressed that schools need to teach digital ethics, not only skills. The arrests may push companies to improve detection systems and may spark a wider debate about AI misuse by young people.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the teenagers arrested for AI-aided hacking? The students used AI tools legally in a school project, and Rakuten Mobile thanked them for finding bugs. They hacked accounts once to cancel existing contracts, but police said no new phone lines were ever created. Police arrested 3 teens who used leaked logins and AI-written code to create Rakuten Mobile lines without permission. Investigators said they only bought prepaid SIM cards and no stolen IDs, passwords, or automated logins were involved. The answer is 3.
Microsoft says Skype will shut down. Users move to Teams. On February 28th, Microsoft said Skype will shut down on May 5th, ending more than 20 years of history. Skype started in 2003 and became famous for cheap calls and video chats, but competition from services like Zoom and Teams grew. Microsoft said it wants to simplify its communication tools and will guide users to Teams. Users will be able to sign into Teams free with their Skype account and move chats and contacts. For many people, it marked the end of an era in online calling. Microsoft also explained what will change after the shutdown. Some Skype features, such as SMS, call forwarding, and voicemail, will no longer be available. People who use Skype numbers were told to contact a new provider if they want to transfer the number. Many users now need to choose a new app, especially if they relied on Skype for international calls. The shutdown shows how communication has shifted from single-purpose calling apps to all-in-one platforms for chat, meetings, and teamwork.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Microsoft ending Skype? Microsoft canceled Teams instead, saying Skype would stay open and receive major upgrades for business meetings. Microsoft said Skype will close May 5, 2025, and users can move chats to Teams free. Skype ended on February 28 immediately, but Microsoft promised SMS, voicemail, and call forwarding would keep working. Users with Skype numbers were told transfers were automatic, so no contact with another provider was needed. The answer is 2.
Monster Hunter Wilds sells 8 million in 3 days. Capcom released Monster Hunter Wilds on February 28, 2025, and the new hunt and action game quickly became a global hit. The company said worldwide sales reached 8 million copies in the first 3 days, the fastest launch in Capcom's history. It's a brand new entry set in a world that shifts from harsh conditions to areas full of life, with large monsters fighting in packs. Players can team up across platforms with crossplay, and the game uses Capcom's RE engine for detailed visuals. Many fans posted their hunts online, and stores reported strong crowds over the weekend. Analysts said the fast sales came from years of growth on consoles and PC, plus strong marketing before release. Capcom said global campaigns helped reach players worldwide on day one. Capcom also planned free title updates in spring and summer, which could keep players active and support long-term sales. In Japan, the launch helped console sales as some players upgraded to new hardware to join friends online. The hit is important for Capcom's earnings, and it may encourage more cross-platform games. For fans, the big start means a huge community with guides, events, and new challenges appearing every week.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this game release? Capcom said Wilds reached 8 million sales after spring title updates. Wilds launched on February 28th, but sold only 800,000 in 3 days. Capcom reported Wilds sold about 8 million copies worldwide in 3 days. The game used RE engine, yet crossplay was removed at launch. The answer is 3.
Toho Shinkansen coupling fails. Trains stop between Ueno and Omiya. A coupled Tohoku Shinkansen train, Hayabusa Komachi number 21, had trouble while running between Ueno and Omiya in Tokyo. The coupling between the two sets came apart near the Nishi-Napori area, and the emergency brake stopped the train. JR East said about 642 passengers were on board and no one was injured. Passengers stayed calm and later transferred to other trains after the sets were moved separately. A similar separation happened in September 2024, so the repeat raised concern. The problem caused major delays, and Shinkansen services were stopped for about 3 hours while crews checked the train and the tracks. Japan's Transport Safety Agency treated the case as a serious incident and started an investigation. JR East suspended coupled operations on related trains until it could confirm safety measures, because the Hayabusa and Komachi normally share one train set for part of the route. Stations became crowded and many travelers had to change plans or wait for information. Experts said the coupling system must work perfectly at high speed, and even a safe stop can shake public trust. JR East apologized and promised to find the cause, improve checks, and share results with the public. The cause was still under review.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Shinkansen incident? Hayabusa Komachi separated between Ueno and Omiya, and no one was hurt. The separation happened at Omiya Station during coupling, delaying only 10 minutes. About 642 passengers were injured, and Junior East stopped service for days. Junior East said it was not serious, so coupled operations continued immediately. The answer is 1.
A Funata wildfire burns 2,900 hectares, forcing evacuations in Iwate City. A large forest fire broke out in Afanato City, Iwate Prefecture, and spread quickly in late February and early March. Strong winds and dry conditions helped the flames move through wide areas of woodland. By early March, the burned area was reported at about 2,900 hectares, around 9% of the city's total area. Local governments issued evacuation orders, and firefighters worked with helicopters to stop the spread. Some residents stayed in shelters for days as smoke covered nearby towns. Reports said one person died and many buildings were damaged, making it one of Japan's largest wildfires in recent years. On March 9th, the city announced the fire was under control and evacuation orders were lifted the next day in many areas. Even so, crews continued to watch for hot spots and to protect homes during wind changes. Schools and community halls offered space, and relief groups sent food, water, and masks for smoke. The local government began planning temporary housing and support for people whose houses were lost. Investigators also started looking into the cause, which was still unclear. The disaster highlighted how quickly rural areas can face large fires when weather, wind, and dry forests combine.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Ofanato wildfire? The fire burned about 2,900 hectares, but no evacuation orders were issued. Evacuations happened, yet the burned area was only about 290 hectares. Officials said 9% of the city burned, but it was controlled on March 1st. About 2,900 hectares, around 9% of Ofanato City, were burned. The answer is 4.
Total lunar eclipse paints a red moon across the Americas. On March 14, a total lunar eclipse was visible across wide regions, including Hawaii, North and South America, and parts of the Atlantic, West Africa, and Europe. During the total phase, the moon turned a deep red colour because sunlight passed through Earth's atmosphere before reaching it. The totality lasted a little over an hour, giving many watchers time to enjoy the sky. People shared photos of the blood moon on social media. In Japan, most areas could not see it well because the eclipse happened before moonrise, but a few northern areas had only a difficult chance at the very end. A lunar eclipse happens when Earth moves between the Sun and the Moon enters Earth's shadow. Unlike a solar eclipse, it is safe to look at with the naked eye, so families and schools used it as a science moment. Many people use simple phone cameras and tripod apps to record the changing colour. News sites and weather companies also streamed live video from overseas for viewers in Japan. Astronomers noted that Japan will have a better view of another total lunar eclipse later in the year, which encouraged many beginners to stay interested in the night sky.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the March eclipse? Japan saw totality clearly after moonrise in most areas. A total lunar eclipse turned the moon red across the Americas and Pacific. The eclipse was visible mainly in Japan, not in the Americas. Totality lasted only a few minutes, so many missed the red moon. The answer is 2.
Party leader Kakashi Tachibana attacked during speech in Tokyo Street. A violent incident shocked Japanese politics when Takashi Tachibana, headed a political group known for criticizing NHK, was attacked in Tokyo. He was given a street speech near the Ministry of Finance in Kasamigaseki when a man suddenly struck him with a hatchet-like blade. Tachibana was injured around the head, neck, and ear and was taken to hospital, but his life was not in danger. Witnesses said people nearby helped stop the attacker until officers arrived. Police secured a suspect believed to be in his 30s at the scene and began an investigation for attempted murder. Leaders across the political spectrum condemned the attack and stressed that violence must never be used to silence speech. The case also renewed debate about security at outdoor political events, where candidates often campaign close to the public. Tachibana later said he would limit some street activities for safety reasons while continuing his campaign through other methods. Police examined the suspect's motive and checked whether any dangerous items had been brought to the area. Many citizens called for calmer debate and respect, even when opinions are very different. The incident reminded people the political tension can turn into real danger if security is weak.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the political attack? Tachibana was attacked outside NHK and police could not detain anyone. He was hit near the finance ministry, but he was not hospitalized. The attacker used a knife and Tachibana had only minor injuries. During a street speech near the finance ministry, Tachibana was slashed and hospitalized. The answer is 4.
Ohtani hits first homer as MLB opens in Tokyo series. Major League Baseball opened its 2025 season in Tokyo, bringing huge crowds to the Tokyo Dome. In the second game of the Tokyo series on March 19th, Los Angeles Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani hit his first home run of the season. He launched a solo shot in the 5th inning and the stadium erupted. Batting leadoff as the designated hitter, he also drew 2 walks and kept pressure on pitchers. The Dodgers went on to beat the Chicago Cubs 6-3 and swept the 2-game set. For Japanese fans, seeing Ohtani start with a home run in Tokyo felt like a perfect scene. The game also featured other Japanese players. Rookie pitcher Roki Sasaki made his MLB debut for the Dodgers, showing high speed but struggling with control and issuing 5 walks in 3 innings. On the Cubs side, Seiya Suzuki had a quiet day at the plate. The Tokyo series showed MLB's effort to grow in Asia, with strong TV ratings, busy shops around the stadium, and fans wearing both Japanese and American jerseys. It was a reminder that baseball can connect cultures through shared excitement. Teams now fly to the United States. The game also featured other Japanese players. Rookie pitcher Roki Sasaki made his MLB debut for the Dodgers, showing high speed but struggling with control and issuing 5 walks in 3 innings. On the Cubs side, Seiya Suzuki had a quiet day at the plate. The Tokyo series showed MLB's effort to grow in Asia, with strong TV ratings, busy shops around the stadium, and fans wearing both Japanese and American jerseys. It was a reminder that baseball can connect cultures through shared excitement. Teams now fly to the United States, but the spotlight from Tokyo will stay with them.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Tokyo MLB opener? Ohtani reached base only once and hit no home runs in Tokyo. Ohtani hit his first homer and the Dodgers beat the Cubs 6-3. The Cubs won 6-3 while Ohtani went hitless at Tokyo Dome. Roki Sasaki threw 5 scoreless innings with no walks in his debut. The answer is 2.
Musée Platinum to close all salons temporarily for 1 month. Major hair removal salon chain Musée Platinum announced that it would temporarily close all stores in Japan from March 22nd. The company said the pause was needed to move to a new management structure and rebuild both finances and operations. It said it had secured new funding support from a domestic company. The closure was planned to last until April 20th, meaning many customers could not receive treatments during that period. Musée told members that reservations for after reopening could be made through its app and website. The sudden decision drew attention because the chain has more than 160 locations nationwide. On social media, some customers worried about prepaid contracts and asked how long services would be delayed. Media reports also raised questions about unpaid wages for staff and internal turmoil at the operating company. Musée said it would extend contract periods for customers, in some cases by up to 6 months, so they would not lose treatment time. Experts advised customers to keep records and follow official updates carefully. Business Watchers said the case shows how competitive the beauty industry has become and how important clear communication is when a service company faces financial stress. Many customers hoped the salons would reopen smoothly as promised.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Musée Platinum? Musée closed all stores from March 22nd, aiming to reopen around April 20th. Musée closed only some stores, while most salons operated as usual. The shutdown started in April, and March reservations were unaffected. Musée said it had no funding support, so it halted services indefinitely. The answer is 1.
Starbucks Japan ends paper straws, switches to biomass straws nationwide. Starbucks Coffee Japan began ending paper straws and switching to new biomass straws made from plant-based plastic. The rollout started in Okinawa in January and expanded nationwide from March as each store used up its remaining paper stock. Starbucks had introduced paper straws in 2020, but many customers asked for an improvement. The company said the new straw feels better to drink from and is stronger than paper. It also said the change supports environmental goals because the material can break down under certain conditions. Media reports noted that the full nationwide change was expected to be completed around the end of April. The new straw uses Kaneka's Green Planet material and has a biomass ratio of 99% according to the company. The company explained that the straw can break down naturally depending on the environment. Starbucks said it wanted to reduce the use of fossil resources while keeping the familiar green colour that many people remember. The decision shows a common challenge for eco-friendly products. Customers care about the planet, but they also care about comfort and taste. Starbucks said it will keep looking for better packaging, including the thick straws used for Frappuccino drinks. Many observers saw the switch as a small but clear change in daily life.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Starbucks Japan's change? Starbucks kept paper straws nationwide until summer, delaying the switch. The switch began nationwide in January, not first in Okinawa. Starbucks Japan replaced paper straws with plant-based biomass plastic straws. Starbucks changed colors but continued using paper straws in every store.
The answer is 3.
Fuji TV and parent company announce sweeping management overhaul plan. Fuji Television and its parent company, Fuji Media Holdings, announced a sweeping management overhaul on March 27th. The move aimed to restore trust and strengthen corporate governance after the broadcaster faced criticism. Fuji Television said it would reduce the size of its board from 22 directors to 10 and increase the share of outside directors. The holding company also planned to cut its board from 17 to 11 and make independent outside directors a majority. It also aimed for over 30% women directors and a lower average age. Reports said senior advisor Hisashi Hieda would step down after the June shareholders meeting. Fuji Media Holdings said the new executive structure would be proposed at the June shareholders meeting as part of an effort to regain trust from shareholders and the public. Market reports said Fuji Media's shares rose after the announcement, showing investor interest in the reforms. The companies also stressed clearer supervision and stronger governance, with more independent directors. Some viewers and advertisers will watch closely for real changes. The overhaul showed a wider trend in Japan. Large firms face pressure to improve transparency and respond quickly when problems appear. Whether the broadcaster can rebuild trust will depend on continued actions, not only new positions.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Fuji's management overhaul? Fuji planned to expand its board to 22 directors and cut outside directors. Fuji announced a governance overhaul, shrinking boards and adding independent directors. They promised more outside directors, but kept board size unchanged at 22. HIDA was set to stay after June, and women directors would remain below 10%. The answer is 2.
Strong M7.7 earthquake hits near Mandalay, shaking central Myanmar region. On March 28th, a powerful magnitude 7.7 earthquake struck central Myanmar, near Mandalay, one of the country's largest cities. The quake was shallow, about 10 kilometers deep, and occurred along the Sagayan Fault that runs north to south through Myanmar. Strong shaking damaged buildings, roads, and bridges, and some areas lost power and phone service. Aftershocks followed, and hospitals treated many injured people. Scientists said the fault rupture may have stretched for hundreds of kilometers. People rushed outside, and rescue teams began searching collapsed structures. The earthquake was also felt in the capital Naypyidaw, showing how wide the impact was. Damage reports grew quickly in the days after the quake. Japan's Geological Survey said that as of April 3rd, news reports had put the death toll at more than 3,000, with many more injured and missing. Many families slept outdoors, and hundreds of thousands were affected across the area. Aid groups warned that broken roads and limited clean water made the situation worse, especially for children and older people. International support arrived, but reaching rural villages was difficult. Experts noted that shallow quakes near cities can be deadly, and they called for safer buildings and better disaster planning along active faults in the region.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Myanmar earthquake? The quake hit near Naypyidaw, not Mandalay, and damage was limited. It was a deep quake at 100 kilometers, so buildings suffered little damage. Aftershocks stopped quickly, and rescue teams were not needed in Mandalay. A shallow M7.7 quake hit near Mandalay on the Sagang Fault. The answer is 4.
Trump unveils matching tariffs plan. Japan faces 24% import rate. On the 3rd of April 2025, US President Donald Trump announced new matching reciprocal tariffs on imports. He said the United States would add a basic 10% tariff to goods coming from all countries. On top of that, the White House listed extra rates for about 60 partners based on their tariffs and other barriers. Japan was set to face a 24% rate, the European Union was listed at 20%, and the United Kingdom at 10%. Trump said the move was a response to what he called unfair trade rules and long-running US deficits. Speaking at the White House, he called the trade deficit a national emergency. Officials said the 10% basic tariff would start on April 5th, and the country-specific add-ons would start on April 9th. Some items, such as energy and certain minerals, were exempt, and Trump signaled that separate tariffs could later target sectors like semiconductors and medicines. The announcement shook markets and raised fears of higher prices for families and companies. Many governments warned they might respond with their own measures, while US officials asked partners not to escalate the dispute. Businesses in Japan and the US began checking supply chains and price plans right away. Economists warned that prices for cars and electronics could rise if the tariffs lasted.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the U.S. tariff plan announced on April 3, 2025? Japan received only the 10% base tariff, while extra rates targeted Europe and Canada instead. Officials said the basic 10% tariff began April 9th, and Japan's 24% rate started April 5th. The plan set a 10% blanket tariff, then added country rates, listing Japan at 24%. Energy imports and key minerals faced the same new duties, with no exemptions mentioned in the announcement. The answer is 3.
Tokyo police refer 6 Yoshimoto comedians in online casino case. An online casino case. On the 3rd of April 2025, Tokyo police sent papers to prosecutors for 6 comedians linked to Yoshimoto Kogyo over illegal online casino gambling. Investigators said they accessed overseas casino sites from Japan and placed bets on sports and other games. The alleged gambling happened between January 2023 and December 2024. Reports named several popular acts, including members of Daitak and Danbaramucho. Police said the suspects admitted the conduct, and officers added an opinion asking for strict punishment. The Metropolitan Police Department's Public Security Division led the case. Police said some of them became interested after watching online videos on social media. Japanese law bans gambling in most cases, even if the casino website is based overseas. The incident renewed debate about addiction and the need to warn young people. Yoshimoto said it would consider disciplinary action after reviewing the facts. Some commentators noted that repeated betting can lead to heavier charges, depending on the pattern and amount. The scandal also spread to other fields, as sports groups and celebrities faced questions about past online casino use. Police urged the public not to try online casinos, and some experts pointed to counselling hotlines for gambling problems. Some schools and workplaces used the news to explain the legal risks.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the online casino case involving Yoshimoto Kogyo comedians? Investigators said the six helped run the casino websites, so they were treated as operators, not players. All six denied gambling and claimed they merely watched casino videos on social media for entertainment. They said the betting happened only during overseas trips, so Japan's gambling laws did not apply. Police sent documents on six comedians, saying they bet on overseas online casinos while staying in Japan. The answer is 4.
Etc. outage hits NXCO Central, disrupting dozens of toll gates. On the 6th of April 2025, a large problem hit the Etc. electronic toll system in areas managed by NXCO Central Japan. From around 12:30 a.m., many toll gates couldn't process charges, so some Etc. lanes closed and cars had to stop or switch to other lanes. Traffic jams formed near exits and interchanges. At first, about 90 toll plazas were affected, and the disruption later spread wider. NXCO said the trouble occurred on multiple expressway routes across several prefectures. Etc. is widely used for quick cashless payment, so even a short stop can create long lines. Some drivers reported long waits and confusing signs at busy exits. To reduce congestion, NXCO began opening the barrier arms at damaged gates around 1:30 p.m. and let vehicles pass without paying on the spot. It asked users to pay later through a website. An internal report said the peak impact reached 17 routes and 106 locations across one metropolis and 7 prefectures, and the system was back in service on April 7th at 2 p.m. The report linked the failure to data problems after server work on April 5th. A crisis management committee later released a report on April 18th and called for better manuals and clearer information for drivers.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Etc. outage on NEXCO Central Japan expressways? The failure was limited to one toll gate, and most Etc. lanes kept working normally all day. With many Etc. lanes down, NEXCO opened some barriers and asked drivers to settle charges later online. NEXO kept the barriers closed, collected cash everywhere, and traffic stopped completely on all routes for hours. The trouble began after noon on April 6th, so early morning travel saw almost no impact. The answer is 2.
actress Raya Koa involved in Shizuoka Tunnel Expressway crash incident. On the 8th of April 2025, Japanese actress Ryoko Hirasu made headlines after a serious traffic crash in Shizuoka Prefecture. According to later reports, her car rear-ended a large trailer inside the Awagate Tunnel on the Shintomi Expressway on the evening of April 7th. A man riding in the front passenger seat suffered injuries, including broken ribs, and was taken for treatment. Hirasu also had minor injuries. Police examined the scene and looked into factors such as speed, distance, and driver attention. The accident became a national story because it involved a well-known star and happened on a major route. After the crash, Hirosu was taken to a hospital in Shimada City. Early on April 8th, she was arrested on suspicion of assaulting a nurse, and police continued to investigate both incidents. Later in 2025, prosecutors pursued a summary indictment for negligent driving causing injury related to the crash based on police findings. The story sparked discussion about safe driving, speeding, and stress, and some people also called for careful reporting. Her office apologized for the trouble and said she would pause entertainment work for a period while focusing on recovery and support. Police also reminded drivers to rest and avoid driving when tired.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the traffic crash linked to actress Ryoko Hirasu? Her vehicle reportedly rear-ended a large trailer inside a Shintomi tunnel, injuring a man traveling with her. Reports said a trailer hit her car from behind and she was riding as a passenger, not driving. The accident happened on Shintomi but outside the tunnel, and the other vehicle was a bus. After treatment, police arrested her for drunk driving on the expressway, not for assaulting hospital staff. The answer is 1.
Expo 2025 Osaka opens, welcoming Japan and 158 nations, regions. On the 13th of April 2025, Expo 2025 Osaka, Kansai, Japan, officially opened on Umeshima, an artificial island in Osaka Bay. The World Expo ran under the theme Designing Future Society for Our Lives. Japan and 158 countries and regions joined the event, showing pavilions about health, science, and sustainability. The opening ceremony was held on April 12th, with Emperor Naruhito and Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba attending. Organisers planned the expo to continue until October 13th, and the venue included many walkways, plazas, and waterfront views for visitors. Many countries planned national days, food events, and performances during the 6 months. Organisers said the expo would support global dialogue. Visitors saw a huge wooden grand ring structure around the venue and many futuristic displays. Some pavilions were not fully ready on day one, and the project had faced criticism over rising costs and construction delays. Still, officials said the expo could help people feel connected during a time of global conflict and economic tension. The organisers aimed for more than 28 million visitors during the period and pushed advanced ticket sales. Hotels, transport companies, and restaurants in Kansai prepared for a long tourism season, hoping the expo would lift the local economy. Local officials said they hoped the event would leave a lasting legacy for the region.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the opening of Expo 2025 Osaka? The event started in central Tokyo and ended within 1 week, more like a short street festival. Only Japan participated, so there were no overseas pavilions, national days, or international performances during the expo. The opening ceremony came after the first visitor day, and the emperor did not attend the event. Expo 2025 opened on Yumeshima in Osaka and was scheduled to run until October 13th. The answer is 4.
Japan reports record drop in nationals in new population estimate. On the 14th of April 2025, Japan's Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications released population estimates as of October 1st, 2024. The total population, including foreign residents, was 123.802 million, down 550,000 from a year earlier, and marking the 14th straight yearly decline. The number of Japanese nationals fell by 898,000 to 120.296 million, the largest drop since comparable records began in 1950. By contrast, foreign residents rose to 3.506 million, up 342,000. The ministry said the gap shows how immigration is partly softening the fall, but it cannot fully stop the long-term decline. These estimates are used to plan schools, hospitals, and other public services. The data again highlighted Japan's low birth rate and age in society. A record large natural decrease, with deaths exceeding births, continued to shrink communities, especially in rural areas. Local governments warned about fewer schools, fewer workers, and rise in costs for medical and care services. Experts said that improving wages, childcare support, and work-life balance would be key to making it easier to raise children. Some also argued for carefully managed immigration and better integration policies, but the numbers showed the trend would be hard to reverse quickly. Companies were urged to cut long hours and support parents returning to work. Experts warned that fewer young people may slow growth.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's population estimate released in April 2025? Japan's total population increased, and the number of Japanese nationals rose for the first time in 14 years. The decline mainly came from fewer foreign residents, while the Japanese population stayed nearly the same year to year. The estimate showed a record drop in Japanese nationals since 1950, even as foreign residents increased. The figures were for April 1st, 2025, and covered only Tokyo and Osaka, not the whole country. The answer is 3.
Japan antitrust body orders Google to stop smartphone contract practices. On the 15th of April 2025, Japan's Fair Trade Commission, JFTC, issued an order telling Google LLC to stop certain practices in the Android smartphone market. The watchdog said Google's contracts made phone makers and carriers give priority to Google services. In particular, it said manufacturers needed to pre-install Google Search and the Chrome browser and place their icons or widgets in prominent spots on the home screen as a condition for using Google Play. The JFTC said these terms could make it harder for rival search providers to be used on new phones sold in Japan. It judged the conduct violated Japan's Anti-Monopoly Act as unfair trade practices. Under the order, Google must end the conduct and take steps to prevent a repeat.
Reports said Google would also have to appoint an independent third party to monitor whether it follows the order and report back to the JFTC for several years. The move was notable because it was one of Japan's first major enforcement actions against a large US tech company. Google said it disagreed with the decision and would review it carefully. Smartphone makers and carriers may need to adjust contracts and default screens, and the case raised questions about how app defaults and revenue sharing deals limit user choice.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's Fair Trade Commission order involving Google? The JFTC judged Google Play itself illegal and ordered Android makers in Japan to remove it completely. The JFTC said contracts pushed makers to pre-install Search and Chrome and place them prominently on screens. The order dealt only with Google Cloud services and did not mention smartphones, browsers, or default home screen placement. The Commission concluded Google's approach increased user choice, so it decided no corrective measures were necessary. The answer is 2.
Online brokerage accounts hijacked. Authorities want investors to tighten security. On the 15th of April 2025, Japanese investors grew worried as reports of online securities accounts being hijacked increased. Criminals used fake websites and other phishing tricks to steal login IDs and passwords for internet trading services. After gaining access, they carried out unauthorized trades, such as selling a victim's holdings and buying high-risk stocks without permission. Because money was not always withdrawn directly, some victims noticed the damage only after their portfolio changed, sometimes in a single day. Financial authorities and the securities industry warned people to check URLs, avoid suspicious links, and strengthen account security. Some brokers urged customers to change passwords immediately. Japan's Financial Services Agency said the damage from unauthorized access and trading was rising sharply and shared summary figures and advice. It encouraged strong passwords, two-factor authentication, and quick contact with brokers if anything looks strange. In a later briefing, the agency reported thousands of hijackings and unauthorized trades from January to April, involving very large amounts of buying and selling. The incident pushed brokerages to tighten login systems, add alerts, and review how customers can recover losses. It also reminded people that cybercrime can hit everyday investors, not only big companies, and that basic anti-phishing habits matter.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the recent hijacking of online securities accounts in Japan? Attackers used fake sites to steal logins and then made unauthorized trades, prompting calls for two-factor security. Most damage came from a brokerage system bug, not stolen IDs and passwords taken through phishing. In many cases, criminals withdrew cash immediately, so victims noticed before any strange trading appeared. Authorities described it as a tiny one-month issue, with only a few accounts affected and small losses. The answer is 1.
Mi Nagano faces affair rumors after magazine report. Agencies deny. On the 23rd of April 2025, Japanese entertainment media focused on actress Mei Nagano after a weekly magazine report claimed she was involved in an affair with actor Kei Tanaka, who was married. The same report also suggested she was dating a Korean actor, Kim Moo-jin, who appeared with her in a TV drama. The report was published online on April 23rd and quickly spread on social media, where fans debated what was true. Because Nagano has a clean public image and many ads, the rumor created pressure on her agency and companies connected to her work. Both actors are known for popular TV and film work, so the story drew wide attention. Nagano's agency and Tanaka's side denied the affair report, and Kim's agency also denied a romantic relationship. A broadcaster involved in the drama said there was no change to the production plans. The incident showed how fast personal rumors can grow online, even when evidence is unclear. Commentators also discussed the risks of leaked private messages and photos, and the line between public interest and privacy. For celebrities, a single report can affect contracts and trust, so clear statements and careful reporting were seen as especially important in this case. Many viewers said they wanted facts and asked people to avoid harassment.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the rumors surrounding actress Mei Nagano reported on April 23, 2025? The report said Nagano officially married her co-star, and both agencies confirmed the marriage publicly. After the story spread online, the TV station canceled the drama immediately and removed her from all episodes. A weekly magazine raised affair rumors with a married actor, but the related agencies denied the claims. The whole scandal began with an official police announcement, and entertainment media only reported it later. The answer is 3.
Chiikawa announces first Tokyo theme facility, Chiikawa Park, for 2025. On the 24th of April 2025, the popular character series Chiikawa announced its first large-scale theme park-style facility called Chiikawa Park. The official account said it would open in Tokyo in 2025 and let visitors step into the cute world created by illustrator Nagano. Chiikawa started as a short comic on X and later became an anime and a huge merchandise brand. Early information promised displays and photo spots, plus games and a shop with limited items. Fans reacted with excitement, saying they wanted to meet the characters and buy exclusive goods. The announcement was shared on the official X account and quickly trended in Japan. Later announcements clarified that the park would be located at Sunshine City Annex in Ikebukuro and would use a reservation or lottery ticket system to manage crowds. The plan showed how strong character businesses are in Japan, turning online content into real-world attractions. For families and tourists, a permanent Chiikawa facility could become a new reason to visit Tokyo, and nearby shops expected more foot traffic. The project also fits a wider trend of immersive entertainment, where people do not just buy goods, but also enjoy stories, spaces, and interactive experiences. Ticket rules and new goods were set to be announced step by step.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the first Chiikawa theme facility announced in late April 2025? Chiikawa announced only a one-day pop-up shop with no plan for a permanent park-style attraction. The series announced a Tokyo venue for 2025, later pointing to Ikebukuro with exhibits and a limited goods shop. The facility was planned outside Japan, and organizers said it would avoid selling any limited edition merchandise. Entry was set to be free and without reservations because crowd control was not considered necessary at all. The answer is 2.
Arashi announces disbandment plan Final tour set for spring 2026. On May 6th, the Japanese pop group Arashi told fans that they will end their group activities in spring 2026. The 5 members said they want to stand together one last time and say thank you in person. Arashi's been on a long hiatus since the end of 2020, while each member worked on solo projects. The message was shared through the fan club site and official social media. They also said a final concert tour is planned for next year. Formed in 1999, Arashi is known for hit songs, TV work, and huge tours across Japan and Asia. In the statement, the members asked fans to keep watching them until the end. They said planning will take time because they haven't performed together for years. The group did not share a full schedule, but they promised to announce details when they're ready. Some reports said the fan club will also close after the final period. Fans started sharing old songs and concerts online, while others talked about travel plans for the last tour. For many people, the next year will be a special goodbye to a group that shaped their youth and connected friends across Japan.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Arashi's announcement? Arashi said their hiatus ends in 2025, and they will keep performing together for many more years. They announced disbandment in spring 2026, but said no final concerts will be held due to schedules. The 5 members said group activities will end around spring 2026 with a farewell tour for fans. They stated the group already ended in 2020 and only shared old videos and past concert memories. The answer is 3.
Bill Gates plans to give away most wealth by 2045. On May 9th, Bill Gates said he plans to give away almost all of his wealth over the next 20 years. He wrote that he wants his money to return to society faster than he once expected. Gates said the Gates Foundation will double its spending in the next 2 decades, with a target of more than $200 billion by 2045. He also said the foundation will close on December 31st, 2045. The plan focuses on saving lives and improving health, especially for people in poorer countries. It also supports education, gender equality, and new tools against infectious diseases. Gates said that big problems still need urgent action, such as preventable child deaths and deadly diseases. He pointed to past work, including large support for vaccines, and said progress can be faster with stable funding. Experts welcomed the long timeline because many health programs need planning for years. At the same time, some critics asked for strong public checks because private foundations can influence policy. Gates answered that the foundation will share results and work with governments and partners. The announcement renewed discussion about how rich people should use their money. Many donors may follow if they see clear impact.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Bill Gates' donation plan? Gates said he will give away nearly all his wealth over 20 years, and the foundation ends in 2045. He promised to donate only yearly profits, keeping his main fortune while the foundation continues without an end date. He said the foundation will cut spending and close in 2026 after funding a final vaccine program. He said he will stop global health work and spend the money only on American schools and computers. The answer is 1.
Nissan posts 670.8 billion yen net loss for FY 2002 results. On May 13th, Nissan Motor announced its financial results for fiscal year 2024, which ended on March 34th, 2025. The company reported a large net loss of 670.8 billion yen. Nissan said special losses grow because it recorded big write-downs on assets and restructuring costs. Net revenue was about 12.6 trillion yen, but operating profits stayed very low. Sales were also pressured by tough competition in key markets like the United States and China. The result was a sharp change from the profit it reported in the previous year. The news raised worries about Nissan's ability to recover quickly in the near term. To improve its finances, Nissan announced a major restructuring plan. It said it will cut about 20,000 jobs worldwide and reduce the number of vehicle plants, aiming to lower fixed costs. Executives explained that they must act early, even though the steps are painful for workers in local areas. Nissan also said it will review its product lineup and speed up development, especially for electrified cars. Analysts noted that the company has to fight strong rivals and changing customer tastes. Investors will watch whether cost cuts and new models can turn losses into profits. The next couple of quarters will be crucial.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Nissan's FY 2002 results? Nissan posted a 670.8 billion yen net profit and planned to expand plants and hire thousands of workers. Nissan said it had a net loss but ruled out job cuts because competition in the US weakened. Executives blamed the loss on strong US and China sales and raised forecasts for the next year. Nissan reported a 670.8 billion yen net loss and announced major restructuring, including about 20,000 job cuts. The answer is 4.
Kyoto University grad student arrested in TOIC proxy test case. On May 19th, Tokyo police arrested a Kyoto University graduate student on suspicion of entering a TOEIC test site using another person's name. Investigators said he tried to get into the venue in Tokyo as a proxy test taker. TOEIC is a popular English test in Japan used by companies and schools. Police began watching the site after the test organizer reported suspicious applications. Reports said the suspect carried a small device and may have planned to share answers during the exam. The suspect reportedly admitted some parts of the allegation. The arrest highlighted worries about cheating groups targeting language tests. After the arrest, media reports described possible organized cheating. Some services may offer high scores for a fee by sending skilled test takers or by using hidden earpieces. Police are checking whether the suspect took the exam many times under different names and whether other people paid him. The TOEIC operator said it will strengthen identity checks and prevent the use of electronic devices. Universities and employers depend on test results, so trust in the system is important. The case may lead to tougher rules at exam sites and stronger penalties for fraud. It also warns students about serious legal risks.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the TOEIC proxy test case? Police arrested a TOEIC staff worker for changing seats and helping applicants enter the venue without checks. Police arrested a Kyoto University graduate student for trying to take the TOEIC under someone else's name. Investigators said he used his real name and the only issue was bringing an electronic dictionary. The case focused on editing TOEI scores after the test, not on entering the exam site. The answer is 2.
Farm Minister Taku Eto resigns after rice comments backlash. On May 21st, Japan's Farm Minister Taku Ito resigned after his comments about rice caused strong backlash. At a political event, he said he had never needed to buy rice because supporters gave him so much. Many people were angry because rice prices had risen and some families were struggling. Ito apologized and said he did not mean to hurt anyone, but criticism continued in Parliament and online. He submitted his resignation to Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who accepted it. Opposition parties also called for quick action from the cabinet. The incident became a symbol of a gap between politics and daily life. The government named Shinjiro Koizumi, a well-known lawmaker, as Eto's successor. Koizumi said he would focus on stabilizing rice supply and prices and communicating clearly with the public. Japan had been discussing how to use stockpiled rice and how to support farmers while keeping food affordable. Experts said the next minister must balance consumers' needs with production costs and climate risks. The resignation also put more pressure on the Ishiba government, which faced low approval ratings. Many voters will judge whether the new minister can deliver results before the next political test. The rice issue remains emotional in many regions.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's farm minister resignation? After backlash over his rice comments, Minister Taku Eto resigned, and Shinjiro Koizumi was named successor. Eto kept his post, saying rice prices would fall soon, and the criticism quickly faded online. Eto resigned over a seafood export policy dispute, and the next minister came from an opposition party. Koizumi took the post, but Eto resigned after saying he bought too much expensive rice himself. The answer is 1.
Trump administration moves to revoke Harvard International Student Certification status. On May 22nd, the Trump administration said it would revoke Harvard University's certification to enroll international students. Under US rules, schools need this certification to issue documents for student visas. The Department of Homeland Security said Harvard had not met its requirements and accused the university of serious failures. If the move took effect, Harvard could not enroll new students on F4J visas, and current international students would risk losing legal status unless they transferred. Harvard called the action illegal and said it would protect its students and its academic independence. The decision quickly became a national political fight. Soon after the announcement, Harvard challenged the decision in court. A federal judge in Boston issued a temporary order blocking the government from enforcing the revocation while the case moved forward. Universities across the country watched closely because many depend on global students for research and tuition. Student groups said the policy created fear and confusion just before the next school year. Supporters of the administration argued that schools should follow federal demands and share more information about misconduct. The legal battle showed how immigration policy can quickly reach classrooms and labs. For now, international students stayed in limbo.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the US move involving Harvard? Officials said Harvard could keep enrolling foreign students by paying a fine, so visas would not change. The action only cut research grants, and it did not involve any permission connected to student visas. The plan targeted only new students, and current international students were guaranteed status without transferring. The plan targeted only new students, affecting visa paperwork for new enrollees. The answer is 4.
Imorki Credit Union fraud reported 24.8 billion yen improper loans. On May 30th, a third-party panel reported serious misconduct at Iwaki Credit Union in Fukushima Prefecture. The panel said the union carried out improper loans over about 20 years, totaling roughly 24.8 billion yen in 1,293 cases. According to the report, staff created accounts without depositors' permission and used loans to support a large client's repayments. After repayments and interest, about 2 to 3 billion yen may have flowed outside the union. The panel criticised a top-down culture and said harassment by senior leaders helped the wrongdoing continue. The findings shocked local residents because credit unions play an important role in regional finance. Officials said the credit union must explain how the fraud started and who approved it. Local authorities and financial regulators began checking whether internal controls were ignored. The union said it would cooperate with investigations and consider steps to prevent repeat problems. Customers worried about trust, even if deposits are usually protected by Japan's safety net system. Experts said small financial institutions can be vulnerable when one big client has too much influence. The case may push other credit unions to review lending checks, whistleblower systems, and leadership behaviour. It also raised questions about audits over the past 2 decades.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Iwaki Credit Union scandal? The panel said improper loans totaled about 2.47 billion yen over 20 years, far below early reports. A panel found improper loans at Iwaki Credit Union over about 20 years, totaling roughly 24.8 billion yen. The report said all accounts were opened with customers' written permission, so the problem was only paperwork. Investigators concluded the misconduct lasted 1 year and involved only a handful of loans, not a pattern. The answer is 2.
Trump says steel and aluminum tariffs will rise to 50%. On May 30th, U.S. President Donald Trump said he will raise additional tariffs on imported steel and aluminum. He said the tariff rate will rise from 25% to 50%. Trump made the announcement during a speech at a steel plant in Pennsylvania. According to reports, the higher tariffs were planned to begin on June 4th. He argued that stronger tariffs would protect American steel and aluminum industries from cheap imports and improve national security. The statement immediately drew attention from trading partners and companies that use metal for manufacturing. Markets also watched the policy details closely, and some stocks moved. Economists warned that higher tariffs could raise costs for factories that buy steel and aluminum, including car makers and building firms. Some companies may pass the extra costs on to consumers through higher prices. Other countries could also respond with their own tariffs, which may increase trade tension. Supporters of the plan said it could help U.S. producers invest and keep jobs. Critics said protection can reduce competition and slow innovation. Because many supply chains cross borders, even small changes can have wide effects. Many businesses waited for official documents to understand exactly what products would be covered in practice.
Question: Which of the following statements is correct about Trump's steel and aluminum tariff announcement? Trump said the extra tariffs would stay at 25%, and no increase on steel or aluminum was planned. He said aluminum would face a 50% tariff, while steel imports would remain at the current 25%. Trump said extra tariffs on imported steel and aluminum will double, rising from 25% to 50%. He said the 50% rate would apply to cars made with steel, not to imported metal itself. The answer is 3.
Former Princess Mako Komuro welcomes first child. Agency confirms Japan. On May 30th, Japan's Imperial Household Agency announced that Mako Komuro, the former Princess Mako, had given birth to her first child. Mako is the eldest daughter of Crown Prince Akashino and Crown Princess Kiko, and she married Ki Komuro in 2021. After her marriage, she left the imperial family and moved to the United States. The agency said both mother and baby were doing well, but it did not share the baby's gender or the exact birth date. The announcement drew wide media attention because the couple has kept a low public profile. Many people sent messages of support. Palace officials said Mako's family was pleased and wished the new family happiness. For Crown Prince Akashino and Crown Princess Kiko, the baby is their first grandchild, and it is also the first great-grandchild for the former emperor and empress. At the same time, officials stressed that Mako was no longer a royal member, so the government would limit personal details. In Japan, the news reopened discussion about how the media should cover former royals living abroad. Some commentators argued for privacy, while others said public interest is natural. Overall, the announcement was treated as a calm and positive family update.
Question: Which of the following statements is correct about Mako Komoro's baby news? The agency confirmed the birth and also released the baby's name and exact date in a full report. Officials said Mako returned to Japan for the birth and restarted official duties as a royal member. The couple announced everything first, and the Imperial Household Agency refused to confirm the news at all. The Imperial Household Agency confirmed Mako Komoro had her first child while keeping details like gender private. The answer is 4.
Japan and China agree steps to resume some seafood exports. On May 30th, Japan said it reached an agreement with Chinese authorities on technical requirements to restart exports of Japanese seafood to China. China had stopped imports after Japan began releasing treated water from the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant in August 2023. Japan's Farm Ministry said officials met China's customs agency in Beijing on May 28th and agreed on the needed steps for resumption. Japan also noted that extra monitoring under the International Atomic Energy Agency framework had been discussed. The announcement raised hopes for fishing communities, especially those that lost a major market during the ban after long negotiations. Japan said exports will restart only after China completes its internal procedures. That means the timing and the exact regions or products covered were still unclear at the time of the announcement. Some reports suggested that any restart may begin with areas outside Fukushima while checks continue. Fishing and trading groups welcomed the progress because the ban had hurt sales. At the same time, Chinese consumers and regulators remained sensitive about food safety. The issue has been a major topic in Japan-China relations, so the agreement was seen as a step towards easing tension. Both sides plan to keep sharing monitoring data.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan-China seafood trade talks? Japan and China agreed on steps to restart some seafood exports after China's ban linked to Fukushima water releases. China immediately lifted the ban completely and ended all monitoring, allowing every Japanese seafood product to return. Japan agreed to stop releasing treated water in exchange for reopening seafood exports, and both sides signed it. The deal covered only rice exports and did not mention seafood, so fishing communities saw no change. The answer is 1.
Japan starts selling stockpiled rice in stars to cut prices. Japan started selling government stockpiled rice at shops in early June. Some supermarkets put discounted 5-kilogram bags on shelves, and long lines formed before opening. At chains such as Ito-Yokado and Ion, shoppers waited for hours and were allowed only one bag each. The government changed its system and sold reserve rice directly to retailers so it could reach consumers faster. Many shoppers were happy to see a target price near 2,000 yen for 5 kilogram. Convenience stores joined too. Family Mart and Lawson said they would sell small 1 kilogram or 2 kilogram packs, which helps single people, older customers, and small families. Rice prices had risen sharply in Japan, and many families felt the pressure at the supermarket. Prices were close to double the level a year earlier after a hot summer hurt harvests and demand grew. The Farm Ministry said it was ready to release more reserve rice and announced extra shipments from the emergency stockpile. Officials hoped the policy change would push prices down and stop hoarding before the next harvest in August. Data later in June showed average store prices were easing. Still, experts warned that one-time releases cannot solve long-term issues like stable production and smooth transport.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's reserve rice sales? The ministry released reserve rice only to restaurants, so supermarkets kept selling regular rice at high prices. Japan put reserve rice in supermarkets, and some stores limited shoppers to one 5-kilogram bag each. The program began in July and aimed for about 2,000 yen per 10 kilograms, not 5. Convenience stores sold reserve rice only in 5-kilogram bags, and they banned smaller 1-kilogram packages. The answer is 2.
Japanese baseball icon Shigeo Nagashima dies at 89 in Tokyo. Japanese baseball legend Shigeo Nagashima died on June 3rd in Tokyo at age 89. The Yomiuri Giants said he passed away from pneumonia. Nagashima was known nationwide as Mr. Pro Baseball and was one of the most famous sports figures of the post-war era. He spent his entire playing career with the Giants as a third baseman, wearing the famous number 3. After retiring, he also led the team as a manager. Fans shared memories on TV and social media, and some newspapers printed special editions. Former players and today's stars sent messages of respect, saying he inspired them when they were children. Nagashima helped the Giants win 9 straight Japan Series titles in the 1960s and early 1970s, a period called V9. In his 17 seasons as a player, he recorded 2,471 hits and 444 home runs. He later guided the Giants to more championships as manager and became a symbol of Japanese baseball culture. He received major honours, including the People's Honour Award. He also supported youth programs and charity events and stayed connected to fans. Even after serious illness, he remained in many people's hearts. Many fans said his energy and smile made Japan feel brighter for decades after retirement.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Shigeo Nagashima's death? Nagashima, a Hanshin Tigers pitcher, died in the United States, and the Giants issued no statement. He died at 79 from an accident, and fans were asked not to visit Tokyo Dome. The Yomiuri Giants said the former star third baseman died in Tokyo at 89 from pneumonia. After retiring in June, he became a full-time coach, and newspapers avoided any special editions. The answer is 3.
Nintendo launches Switch 2 as fans line up worldwide quickly. Nintendo released the Nintendo Switch 2 on June 5th. The new console went on sale in Japan and overseas, and many gamers lined up at stores or tried to buy online. Reports said shortages were expected in several countries because demand was high. In Japan, Nintendo set the suggested price at 49,980 yen for the basic model, while some bundles cost more. In the United States, it sold for about $499.99. Nintendo said it was preparing more units, but early buyers still faced limited stock. Analysts said the launch would be an important test after the first Switch created a huge user base. Switch 2 keeps the same basic idea: play at home or on the go. Nintendo promoted new functions such as Game Chat, which lets friends talk while playing, and a feature that lets one person share a game with others for a session. The system also has upgraded controllers called Joy-Con 2 and more power for newer games. Nintendo and retailers prepared launch titles and special bundles like a Mario Kart set. With global demand strong, Nintendo must manage production and shipping so customers can buy the console at a normal price, not from resellers. The company said it would keep supplying stores.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Nintendo Switch 2 launch? Nintendo launched Switch 2 worldwide on June 5th, keeping portable play, but early stock was tight. Switch 2 dropped handheld mode and works only on TVs, so players cannot take it outside. Nintendo delayed the console until late 2025 and canceled Game Chat after weak demand in Japan. In Japan, the basic model cost $49,980, while US buyers paid only 49,980 yen. The answer is 1.
Oh man! Air India flight crashes after takeoff. 241 dead confirmed. Officially. Air India flight AI-171 crashed just after takeoff on June 12th in Ahmedabad, Western India. The Boeing 787-8 was flying to London Gatwick with 242 people on board. Air India said 241 passengers and crew died and 1 passenger survived.
The crew made a mayday call, but contact was lost seconds later. The plane hit buildings near a medical college, causing a large fire and killing people on the ground as well. Rescue teams searched the wreckage for victims and evidence, and authorities collected flight recorder data. It was the first fatal accident involving a Boeing 787 Dreamliner. Governments in India and the UK offered support to families. Investigators from India's AAIB began a full inquiry, with help from Boeing, GE Aerospace, and foreign safety agencies. Reports said early work looked at how the aircraft lost power so soon after liftoff, including questions about engine fuel controls. Air India promised compensation and assistance, and its owner Tata Group said it would support the affected community. The crash renewed attention on safety during takeoff, one of the most dangerous phases of flight. Airlines around the world watched the findings closely because the Boeing 787 is widely used on long international routes. Officials urged people to wait for the final report.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Air India flight AI-171 crash? The jet landed safely in London, then caught fire during taxiing, and all passengers escaped with injuries. Flight AI-171 was an Airbus A320 from Mumbai, and it crashed while landing in heavy rain. A Boeing 787-8 from Ahmedabad to London crashed seconds after takeoff, killing 241 and leaving one survivor. After a mayday call, the plane returned to the gate, and investigators could not find the flight recorders. The answer is 3.
Japan Weather Agency calls July megaquake rumor an online hoax. Japan's meteorological agency publicly denied online rumors that a huge earthquake or tsunami would hit Japan in July. The agency's chief said the claims were unscientific and called them a hoax. He explained that even modern science cannot predict the exact time, place, and size of an earthquake. Some posts linked the rumor to a 2022 comic book and quickly went viral. The rumor spread in Hong Kong and other areas, leading to some flight cancellations and fewer tourists. Officials asked people to check reliable information and not to share scary posts. He said people should prepare calmly for disasters. Japan is one of the world's most earthquake-prone countries, so a quake can happen anytime. The agency warned that false predictions can cause real harm, such as panic buying, confusion, and damage to travel and local business. Instead of trusting rumors, the government urged families to review emergency plans, store water and food, and know evacuation routes. The agency also encouraged people to follow official alerts and science-based advice. The chief said the rumor should be used as a chance to improve preparedness. Experts said it is wise to be ready for a big quake, but it is not helpful to fear one specific date without evidence.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's response to the July megaquake rumor? The agency said a July megaquake was very likely and advised tourists to cancel flights to Japan. Japan's weather agency called the July quake rumor unscientific and urged people to rely on official alerts. Officials said a 2022 comic accurately predicts earthquake dates, so July should be treated as confirmed. The agency launched a new phone tool that can forecast the exact place and time of earthquakes. The answer is 2.
Nippon Steel wins approval for full US steel takeover deal. Japan's Nippon Steel moved forward with its plan to buy US Steel in mid-June. After a US presidential executive order approved the partnership, the company said they signed a national security agreement with the US government. The agreement included promises such as keeping key operations in the United States and investing billions of dollars in plants. It also allowed the US government to receive a special share, often called a golden share, with rights on major decisions. A few days later, Nippon Steel said it completed the transaction and made US Steel a fully owned unit. Markets watched closely because the deal had been politically sensitive. The takeover was first announced in late 2023, but faced strong debate in the United States. The deal went through a national security review, and it was even blocked once by an earlier presidential order. In June 2025, the new framework cleared a path for the merger, while giving the US government extra oversight through the golden share. Nippon Steel said it planned to invest about $11 billion by 2028 and bring new technology to US Steel. The combined company is expected to become one of the world's biggest steel makers. Supporters said it could strengthen American manufacturing, while critics worried about jobs and control.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Nippon Steel's takeover of US Steel? US Steel became the buyer and planned to make Nippon Steel a subsidiary in Japan next year. The deal skipped security reviews and the company's promise to move key steel plants out of the United States. After US approval and a security agreement, Nippon Steel completed the takeover, and Washington kept special oversight rights. A June 2025 order blocked the merger again, so both firms ended talks and sold off shared assets. The answer is 3.
Shohei Ohtani returns to pitching after nearly 2 years away. Shohei Ohtani returned to the mound for the Los Angeles Dodgers on June 16th, making his first MLB pitching appearance in about 2 years. He started against the San Diego Padres while also batting as the designated hitter. Ohtani had not pitched since August 2023 after elbow surgery, so fans gave him a loud standing ovation at Dodger Stadium. It had been 663 days since his last pitching game. He threw 1 inning and left after about 28 pitches, allowing 1 run. Even with some control issues, he reached around 100 miles per hour, showing his arm strength was back. Ohtani is famous as a rare two-way player, so his return to pitching was a major moment for MLB. The Dodgers said they would use him carefully, likely in short outings at first, to protect his elbow as the season continues. If he can pitch regularly again, Los Angeles gains another strong arm without losing his bat in the lineup. Many Japanese fans watched live and celebrated the comeback. The game also showed how much medical care and training matter in modern sports. Coaches said the key is to build up his workload step by step over the next weeks.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Shohei Ohtani returning to pitching? Ohtani returned as a pitcher only, and the Dodgers stopped using him as designated hitter that night. He made his comeback for the Angels as a closer and threw 9 innings, allowing 0 runs to Padres. After elbow surgery, he pitched briefly for the Dodgers after almost 2 years and also batted as DH. He stayed on the mound for a complete game, needing fewer than 10 pitches, and set a new record. The answer is 3.
Tokyo member Taichi Kokubun starts indefinite hiatus over compliance case. Taichi Kokubun, a member of the Japanese pop group Tokyo, announced on June 20th that he would suspend all activities for an indefinite period. He said he had violated compliance rules and apologized for causing trouble. TV networks reacted quickly. TBS said he would step down as an MC of its variety show Sakai Clareta Mitara. Japan's Nippon TV also announced his departure from the Tetsuan Dash. Some already recorded episodes were edited to cut his scenes. Because the details of the violation were not fully explained, the news surprised many viewers and became a major topic online. The case highlighted how strongly Japanese media companies now stress compliance in workplace rules. Executives said they couldn't share full details, but they emphasized that multiple violations had been found. Fans reacted with shock and sadness, while some people demanded clearer explanations. The situation also raised questions about how entertainment groups manage internal discipline and how broadcasters protect staff. Experts said transparency matters, but privacy and legal limits also exist. Many programs began reviewing their own rules. For Kokubun, the next step was to reflect on his actions and decide whether and how he could return in the future.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Taichi Kokubun's indefinite hiatus? He announced a 2-week health break, and TV stations kept him on air without changing any recorded episodes. Kokubun began an indefinite hiatus over a compliance breach, and broadcasters removed him and edited taped programs. Tokyo said the whole band ended activities immediately, so every variety show was canceled and sponsors pulled out. He denied any violation, returned to the Tetsuan Dash, and asked fans to ignore company compliance rules. The answer is 2.
Japan starts My Number card on iPhone in Apple Wallet. On June 24th, Apple and Japan's digital agency launched My Number card on iPhone. People in Japan can add their national ID to Apple Wallet and show it in person or inside some apps. Users can log in to the My Portal government service and print certificates at convenience stores. Setup uses the My Portal app and the physical card, and the ID is protected by Face ID or Touch ID. Apple said Japan was the first country outside the United States to use the Wallet ID feature. The project was built with close cooperation between Apple and the Japanese government. Supporters say the iPhone version can make daily procedures faster, such as moving paperwork, tax services, or local applications. The digital agency said security is important, and the ID is protected by the iPhone security plus Face ID or Touch ID. Still, officials noted that the physical My Number card is needed in some situations, so the iPhone version is an extra option, not a full replacement yet. Experts urged users to keep iOS updated, use strong device settings, and understand what information is shown to each service. The government plans to expand smartphone ID use step by step in the coming years.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about adding the My Number card to iPhone? Only Android users could store the My Number card digitally, while iPhone users had to keep plastic cards. The service fully replaced physical cards, so Japan stopped issuing My Number cards and closed the My Portal app. Apple launched it alone, and the wallet card works only for buying train tickets at convenience stores nationwide. Japan let people add My Number to Apple Wallet with Face ID, but some procedures still need the card. The answer is 4.
First arrest made in teacher hidden camera sharing case in Japan. On June 24th, Nagoya City said a male elementary school teacher had been arrested in a case involving illegal filming and sharing of sexual images. It was the first arrest publicly reported in the wider teacher group scandal. Police believe he was linked to an online group where teachers exchanged hidden camera material. The case shocked parents and schools because it involved people who were trusted to protect children. Investigators began checking phones and online chats to see how wide the sharing was and whether more victims existed. Local education officials promised to cooperate with the police and to strengthen checks at schools. After the arrest, the education minister said she felt anger and asked boards of education across Japan to review prevention measures. Schools discussed how to stop secret filming, such as stricter rules on personal devices, better supervision, and clearer reporting channels. Experts said training is important so teachers understand boundaries and students know how to seek help. The case also raised broader questions about online platforms that allow private groups to share harmful content. Police continued the investigation, and later reports described further arrests in other areas. Many people hoped for strong punishment and better protection for children in the future.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the first arrest in the teacher hidden camera case? Police arrested a Nagoya elementary teacher suspecting he shared hidden camera images in an online group with other teachers. Investigators said the first suspect was an Osaka junior high teacher, and the case was unrelated to online chats. After the arrest, officials said no review was needed and loosened rules on personal phones in schools. Police said the group only shared prevention tips, and no illegal filming or image sharing was involved. The answer is 1.
Actress Noah Isakawa goes viral on No Brock TV debut. On July 2nd, actress Noah Isakawa appeared for the first time on the YouTube variety channel Sakuma Nobuyuki's No Brock TV, a show known for bold comedy experiments. The episode was a prank challenge, and Isakawa played the organizer who had to stay serious while chaos happened. She faced entertainer Ririka Moriwaki, who tried to act convincingly, and the situation quickly became tense and funny. Isakawa's angry acting sounded so real that many viewers said it felt like a real argument. Short clips spread fast on social media, and the full video climbed past 2 million views. After the episode went viral, Isakawa gained many new followers and received more attention outside her stage work. Media articles introduced her as an actress whose anger lines feel too real, and people started searching for her background and earlier roles. Fans also quoted her sharp words from the prank and asked her to appear again. For No Brock TV, the breakout showed how one strong performance can create a new face overnight. For young performers, it showed that online shows can open doors, not only traditional TV. Many viewers said they wanted to see her in dramas and films next.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Noah Isagawa appeared on No Brock TV, but a follow-up episode, not her debut, went viral. Noah Isagawa debuted on No Brock TV, and her realistic, angry acting in a prank quickly went viral. Her angry acting was praised, yet the full episode stayed below 1 million views and faded quickly. She played a contestant, not an organizer, and viewers said Moriwaki's acting, not hers, stole the show. The answer is 2.
At a time Mayor Takubo to resign after education record controversy grows. Ito Mayor Takubo to resign after education record controversy grows. Lull, Lamo, and emojis. On July 7th, Maki Takubo, the mayor of Eto City in Shizuoka Prefecture, announced she would resign after questions about her academic record. Her official profile and city materials had said she graduated from Toyo University's law faculty, but she later admitted she had actually been removed from the student register. The controversy grew quickly, and on the same day, the City Council passed a resolution recommending that she step down. The council also voted to create a special investigation committee. Takubo apologised in a news conference and said the description printed in city publications was not true. Takubo said she did not learn about the expulsion until late June and signalled she wanted to run again in a new election. The scandal became national news because it raised basic questions about trust and how public officials check their own resumes. Because Ito's a tourist city, the issue also raised concerns about stable city management during the summer season. The investigation was important because it could clarify who wrote the false description and whether any documents were used improperly. Many residents said they wanted clear facts first before deciding whether to support her again.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Takubo admitted she was expelled from Toyo University and announced resignation, as the council created an investigation committee. Takubo insisted she graduated from Toyo University, calling the issue a minor typo in city brochures. The city council rejected a resignation recommendation and refused to set up any special committee, praising her apology. She planned to stay in office until term end and denied any problems with her official academic record. The answer is 1.
Takora quake swarm forces Oiland residents to evacuate mainland quickly. In early July, earthquakes continued near the Tokara Island chain in Kagoshima Prefecture. The shaking began in late June and kept coming day after day, with hundreds of felt quakes in a short period. On July 3rd, a quake of about magnitude 5.5 struck, and Usaseki Island recorded a strong lower 6 on Japan's scale. Many residents said they could not sleep because of repeated tremors and sudden jolts. The Japan Meteorological Agency warned that more strong quakes could follow. With limited medical care and transport, fear grew quickly. By July 7th, officials in Toshima village had started moving residents who wished to leave to the Kyushima mainland, mainly to hotels in Kagoshima City. People traveled by ferry with small bags, while staff helped older residents and families with children. Kagoshima Prefecture also prepared support such as temporary housing and basic supplies. Evacuees waited for the swarm to calm down before returning home, but many worried about their houses and livestock. Experts explained that swarm activity can last for weeks, and they urged people to stay away from steep slopes and damaged buildings. The evacuation highlighted how hard disaster response can be in small island communities.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? After a magnitude 5.5 quake, officials said the swarm ended and residents returned to Akuseki the next day. The strongest shaking was in Kagoshima City, while the Tokara Islands reported almost no tremors during July. Toshima Village asked residents to fly to Okinawa because ferries stopped and hotels in Kagoshima were full. With continued Tokara quakes, Toshima Village used ferries to evacuate willing residents to hotels in Kagoshima. The answer is 4.
No winners chosen for both Akutagawa and Naoki prizes, unexpectedly. On July 16th, organizers announced an unusual result for Japan's two biggest literary prizes. For the 173rd Akutagawa Prize and the 173rd Naoki Prize, the judges chose no winners. It was the first time in 27 years that both prizes ended with no award. The selection meetings are held twice a year and are closely watched by readers, publishers, and TV news. Usually, the winners get a sudden rush of attention and sales. This time, the committee said the nominated works were close and no single book clearly stood above the others. The decision surprised publishers and bookstores, which normally prepare big promotion campaigns for the winners. Even without winners, many people became curious about the nominated titles, and sales of several books reportedly rose. Some commentators praised the judges for keeping high standards rather than picking a weak favorite. Others worried that the results signaled a difficult period for mainstream fiction. Writers who missed out can still be nominated again in the future, so the race continues. Either way, July's no winner announcement became one of the month's most talked about cultural stories.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Both prizes chose 2 winners each, and bookstores prepared huge displays for 4 new award-winning novels nationwide. Only the Naoki Prize had no winner, while the Akutagawa Prize selected 1 debut writer and 1 veteran. Judges gave no awards for both the 173rd Akutagawa and Naoki Prizes, the first in 27 years. The committees canceled the meeting and listed no nominees, so the prizes were postponed until the next winter round. The answer is 3.
Demon Slayer Infinity Castle movie opens. Fans fill theaters nationwide. On July 18th, the new theatrical film Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle Arc Chapter 1 Akaza Returns opened across Japan. It is the first part of a planned trilogy that follows the end of the TV anime Hashira training arc. The distributor set a very large release in 443 theaters, including IMAX screens, so fans could watch it in many cities. Some cinemas sold special goods, and long lines were reported on opening day. The film runs for about 2.5 hours and continues the series' mix of fast action, emotional music, and detailed animation. The Infinity Castle story is known as a major turning point in the original manga, so viewers expected big battles and strong drama. At the same time, the studio tried to keep the story clear for moviegoers who mainly follow the anime. Early reviews focused on the scale of the setting and the strong voice acting. The opening also showed that Japanese animation can still bring large audiences to theatres, even in a crowded entertainment market. It set the stage for the next chapters, which fans began waiting for immediately after watching, while avoiding big spoilers online.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? The film opened in 143 theaters and was marketed as the final chapter, not the start of a trilogy. A new Demon Slayer Infinity Castle film opened across Japan, starting a trilogy and drawing lines on release day. It followed the Hashira training story, but the distributor limited it to a few screens without IMAX showings. The movie lasted under 90 minutes, focusing on short summaries instead of major battles inside the Infinity Castle. The answer is 2.
Japan upper house election shows high turnout. Power balance shifts. Japan held the 27th House of Councillors election on July 20th, choosing half of the upper house seats. Voter turnout reached 58.51%, higher than the previous election, and early voting was also strong. The ruling coalition of the Liberal Democratic Party and Komeito won 47 seats, falling short of the goal needed to keep a majority in the chamber. Smaller parties drew attention. The Democratic Party for the People won 17 seats, and Sanseito expanded to 14 seats. Key topics included high prices, tax cuts, rice price measures, political donations, and policies on foreign residents. The results meant Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba faced tougher negotiations to pass bills because the upper house also became harder to control. Ishiba said he would stay in office, but pressure inside and outside his party increased. Many analysts describe the landscape as more divided, with voters spreading support across more parties. Newer groups also gained seats for the first time, showing that many voters wanted alternatives. The election set records too, including 42 women elected, the highest number so far. Overall, July's vote showed strong public interest and a shift in Japan's political balance.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Turnout fell below 50% and early voting dropped, as inflation and donations barely appeared as election topics. The ruling bloc kept a strong majority easily, while DPFP and Sanseito lost seats and media attention. The election was for local governors, not the national upper house, and it took place in August. Turnout rose to 58.51%, the ruling coalition won 47 seats, and DPFP and Sanseito made gains. The answer is 4.
Thailand and Cambodia border clash escalates. Airstrikes shock region. Suddenly, on July 24th, rare armed clashes broke out along the border between Thailand and Cambodia. Both sides fired artillery and rockets, and reports said at least 11 civilians and 1 soldier were killed in Thailand, with more people injured. Thailand's military said it scrambled an F-16 fighter jet and carried out airstrikes on targets inside Cambodia. Fighting was reported at several locations, and Thailand closed border checkpoints in affected provinces. The violence forced many families to leave their homes, and schools and markets in border towns shut down. The sudden escalation shocked the region because open conflict between the two neighbours is unusual. The clash was linked to a long-running border dispute that has flared up around historical sites and unclear lines on the map. Tensions had already been rising after incidents such as landmines and earlier gunfire. International groups and nearby countries urged both governments to stop the violence and return to talks. Even after the first day, both sides blamed the other for starting the fighting, making it harder to calm emotions. Analysts warned that if the conflict continued, trade routes and tourism could suffer and more civilians could be displaced. The July battle showed how quickly a local incident can grow into a wider crisis.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Border fighting between Thailand and Cambodia killed civilians, closed checkpoints, and led Thailand to use an F-16 strike. Both governments reopened crossings quickly, and residents stayed home because schools and markets continued operating normally. Cambodia said it flew an F-16 to bomb Thailand, while Thailand denied using any aircraft during the clashes. The clash involved only police arrests at a temple site, with no artillery, rockets, or airstrikes reported. The answer is 1.
Kamchatka quake sends to tsunami to Japan. Mass evacuations ordered briefly. On July 30th, a huge earthquake of around magnitude 8.7 to 8.8 struck off the Kamchatka Peninsula in Russia's Far East. The quake happened around 8:25 a.m. Japan time, and Japan's meteorological agency issued tsunami warnings for a wide area along Japan's Pacific coast. In many towns, sirens sounded and people moved to higher ground or evacuation buildings. Waves were observed in several places, and Hokkaido's Nomuro area recorded a tsunami of up to about 80 centimeters, according to local reports. Heat made evacuation harder, and more than 2 million people were briefly told to evacuate. Tsunami warnings and advisories continued into July 31st as waves kept arriving. Authorities asked people to stay away from beaches, ports, and river mouths until all alerts were lifted, because currents can remain strong even after the first wave. Some train lines and ferry services were slowed or stopped, and many summer events near the sea were canceled. Japan avoided major damage, but the response showed how seriously the country treats faraway quakes that can still create dangerous waves. Experts again reminded the public that tsunamis come in repeated waves, not just one, and the risk can last for hours.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Japan issued only a small advisory for one town and never urged millions of people to evacuate. Officials lifted alerts within 30 minutes and told everyone to return to ports since waves stayed under 10 centimeters. A Kamchatka earthquake around magnitude 8.7 triggered wide tsunami warnings in Japan, and Nomuro saw about 80 centimeters. The quake occurred near Okinawa, not Kamchatka, and it caused Japan's Sea of Japan coast to get warnings. The answer is 3.
Japanese AI startup Alt delisted after fraud, seeks court rescue. On July 30th, Japanese AI startup Alt, known for its speech and language technology, faced a serious accounting scandal. The firm had been listed on the Tokyo Stock Exchange's growth market, but the exchange decided the company would be delisted, meaning it would leave the stock market. A third-party report said Alt had overstated sales, with some reports suggesting as much as 90% of revenue was inflated. Alt said it would start civil rehabilitation proceedings in Tokyo, a legal process used to rebuild a company while protecting it from immediate pressure. Investors and business partners were shocked because the firm had been seen as a fast-growing domestic AI venture. Alt's case became a warning during a boom in AI investment. Critics said startups must keep clear accounting and strong checking systems, even while growing quickly. Alt said its board decided on July 30th to apply for civil rehabilitation, and the court accepted the filing. Executives, including the CEO, also stepped down as the scandal deepened. The case raised questions about how to record sales for AI services and partnerships, where contracts can be complex. For Japan's tech sector, the July news was a reminder that trust is a key asset, and once lost, it is hard to recover.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? Alt was praised for strong controls and was moved from growth to prime, boosting trust in its AI reports. After an independent report found inflated sales, AI startup Alt faced delisting and filed for civil rehabilitation. The report said only 10% of revenue was overstated, and the company fixed the numbers immediately. Alt kept its listing, avoided court procedures, and said the exchange would not delist it despite concerns. The answer is 2.
Former YouTuber Hazuma Ryu begins work as Nara City Councillor. On July 31st, former nuisance YouTuber Hazuma Ryu officially took his seat as a member of the Nara City Council. He had run as an independent in the City Council election held on July 20th and won a strong result with 8,320 votes, the third highest total among candidates. After the election, he attended a certificate ceremony and later posted online that he would work closely with citizens. During the campaign, he highlighted issues such as protecting Nara Park's deer and improving local safety. His sudden success showed how much attention local races can get when a famous influencer joins. His election sparked debate. Supporters said he understood social media, could speak directly to young voters, and might bring new energy to city politics. Critics pointed to his past behaviour and questioned whether he had enough experience for careful policy work and committee discussions. Local politics experts noted that voters sometimes choose famous online figures when they feel traditional parties are distant or slow to change. Hazuma's early months were expected to be watched closely by both fans and opponents. The July outcome showed how internet influence can reach even local assemblies, and how name recognition can shape elections in unexpected ways.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about this news? He ran as an independent, but finished just outside the winners, so he never received a certificate ceremony. He was elected to the prefectural assembly, not the city council, and focused mainly on national tax cuts. He entered the council by appointment, not election, and avoided social media while campaigning to stay unnoticed. Former nuisance YouTuber Hazuma Ryu won a Nara City Council seat with 8,320 votes, third highest. The answer is 4.
Four workers die after falling into a sewer manhole in Saitama. 4 men died in Gyoda, Saitama Prefecture after they fell into a manhole during a sewer inspection on August 2nd. Police said the accident happened around 9:25 a.m. in the Nagano area of the city. The workers were all in their 50s. One worker slipped into the 12-metre deep manhole and 3 others went down to try to rescue him. Emergency crews rushed to the site and pulled them out one by one. They were taken to hospital, but doctors confirmed that all 4 had died. Firefighters checked the air inside and found hydrogen sulfide, a toxic gas that can cause people to lose consciousness very quickly. The group was part of a larger team working on an urgent inspection requested by the national government after a sinkhole accident in Yoshio City earlier this year. 7 people were at the site, and the manhole connects to a large sewer pipe installed decades ago. Authorities are looking into whether safety steps such as gas checks and ventilation were done before anyone entered. Police are also reviewing work manuals and investigating possible professional negligence. The tragedy has raised new questions about protecting workers in underground spaces where dangerous gases can build up and where rescue attempts can easily turn into a second accident.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the sewer inspection accident in Gyoda, Saitama? 1 worker fell into the manhole, 3 rescued him safely, and everyone returned to work unharmed. The men died during a road repair, not an emergency inspection linked to earlier sinkholes in Saitama. Hydrogen sulfide was found, but only 2 workers entered the manhole and both survived after treatment. During a sewer inspection, 4 workers entered a deep manhole and hydrogen sulfide poisoning killed them. The answer is 4.
Tesla ordered to pay 36 billion yen after autopilot crash verdict. Tesla was ordered to pay about 36 billion yen in damages after a US federal jury linked a deadly 2019 crash to the company's driver assistance system. The jury decision came on August 1st and totaled about $243 million. The case was heard in Florida. A Tesla Model S hit another car at an intersection at around 100 kilometers per hour, ignoring a stop sign and a traffic light. A woman standing outside her car was killed, and a man was badly injured. The driver told investigators he had dropped his phone and was trying to pick it up when the crash happened. The jury ordered Tesla to pay money for the victims' losses and an additional penalty. It said Tesla shared responsibility because autopilot was made for highways but was not strongly limited to those safer roads. The plaintiffs argued that Tesla's marketing made drivers trust the system too much. The jurors said Tesla should pay a large share of the total award. Tesla said the verdict was wrong and announced plans to appeal. The decision was watched closely because few autopilot cases have ended with a clear win for victims. Experts said it could encourage more lawsuits and push car makers to explain what driver assistance systems can and cannot do.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Tesla damages verdict linked to driver assistance? The crash happened on a highway, and the court praised autopilot for preventing more serious injuries. A Florida federal jury ordered Tesla to pay about $243 million for a 2019 autopilot-linked fatal crash. Tesla was ordered to pay 36 billion yen after a 2025 crash, not an earlier accident from 2019. The jury decided the driver alone was responsible, so Tesla paid nothing for the intersection crash. The answer is 2.
Fireworks barge burns during Yokohama Minato Mirai Festival Night Show. Fireworks barge burns during Yokohama Minato Mirai Festival Night Show. During a fireworks event in Yokohama's Minato Mirai area on the night of August 4th, a barge used to launch fireworks caught fire at sea. About 20 minutes after the show began, the music suddenly stopped and an announcement told spectators that a problem had occurred. Fireworks on the barge then ignited, causing loud explosions again and again and lightening up the water with flames. Reports said 5 people who were on the barge jumped into the sea to escape and were rescued. The fire kept burning for hours, and the show was halted as organizers focused on keeping the crowd safe. Firefighters in the Japan Coast Guard worked through the night, using fireboats to spray water on the burning barges. Police said 2 barges were involved, and the fire was finally put out around 11:10 a.m. on August 5th, about 15 hours after it started. The organizer said a fireworks launching machine went out of control. Authorities began investigating the cause, checking equipment records, and making sure the fire would not start again. They also said they would review safety plans for future events. The accident sparked calls for stricter rules for fireworks shows on the water, where fuel and explosives are stored close together.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Yokohama Minato Mirai fireworks trouble? About 20 minutes after starting, fireworks ignited on a launching barge, and 5 workers escaped into the sea. Organizers continued the show using the same barge after a quick inspection, and no one entered the water. A single firework exploded on land, and firefighters stopped it immediately, with no impact on the sea barges. The barge caught fire after the finale, so the show finished normally and spectators left without interruption. The answer is 1.
Miyu Yamashita wins Women's British Open, first major title abroad. Miyu Yamashita captured her first overseas major title by winning the AIG Women's Open on August 3rd. The final round was played at Royal Porthcawl in Wales. Yamashita began the day as the solo leader by 1 shot and stayed calm under pressure on the windy links course. After a difficult third round, she recovered when it mattered most. She made 3 birdies and 1 bogey for a 70, finishing at 11 under par. She held off the field to win by 2 strokes. As a tour rookie in the United States, she earned her first LPGA win in the biggest possible way. The win made Yamashita the second Japanese champion at this tournament since Hinako Shibuno in 2019 and one of several Japanese women to lift a major trophy abroad. She had been a top player in Japan, winning the domestic season title in back-to-back years before moving overseas this season. In this event, she opened with 68 and then surged with a 65 in the second round. She had turned 24 the day before the final round and celebrated with a fist pump after a short winning putt. Many fans said her steady play showed Japan's growing strength in women's golf.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Miyu Yamashita at the Women's British Open? She won by 1 stroke in England with 20 under par, setting a record for the tournament. Yamashita captured a Japan domestic title in August and did not play the Women's British Open that week. Miyu Yamashita won the AIG Women's Open at Royal Porthcawl, finishing 2 shots ahead at 11 under. She led early, but a late collapse dropped her outside the top 10 at the final leaderboard. The answer is 3.
Corio High School leaves Caution after baseball team violence issue. Corio High School leaves Caution after baseball team violence issue. Corio High School in Harashima Prefecture withdrew from the National High School Baseball Championship, known as Caution, after a violence issue inside its baseball team drew nationwide attention. The withdrawal was announced on August 10th, while the tournament was already underway. The school said it decided to stop competing because the situation was affecting the event and putting students at risk. Reports said an assault between players had happened earlier in the year and had been reported to the Japan High School Baseball Federation, which issued a stern warning. As the story spread on social media, the school and its students faced heavy criticism and abusive messages. According to the school and local media, the online backlash escalated into harassment, including stalking around the dorm and even threats such as a bomb warning. The principal said protecting lives was the top priority. The Baseball Federation apologised to other teams and fans for the disruption and said it would demand a zero-tolerance stance on violence at member schools. A third-party panel was also looking into related claims about coaching and team management. Many people called for clearer rules, better education, and faster reporting when violence happens. The case reopened a wider debate about strict training culture in high school sports and how schools should respond quickly and transparently.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Corio High School and the Caution tournament? The Federation ended the event early and declared Corio the champion to stop criticism and protect students. After a team violence issue spread online and threats grew, Corio High School withdrew from the Caution tournament. Corio stayed in the tournament because the Federation said the violence report was false and unimportant. The school withdrew due to rain delays and asked organizers to reschedule its games for September. The answer is 2.
McDonald's Japan apologizes for Happy Set resale, food waste uproar. McDonald's Japan apologized on August 11th after a Happy Set promotion caused chaos in and around stores. The campaign offered limited Pokemon items, including trading cards, and it attracted not only children and families, but also resellers who bought large quantities to sell online. Some stores limited purchases per customer, but demand still exploded. Many restaurants reported long lines, confusion, and complaints from nearby residents. Photos on social media showed meals left behind or thrown away, raising anger about food waste. The company said these actions went against the purpose of Happy Set, which is meant to give children and families a fun meal experience. In its statement, the company said it would not tolerate buying for resale or abandoning food. McDonald's Japan promised to set stricter limits on how many sets each customer can purchase for certain promotions, and to ask flea market apps to strengthen their own controls. It also said it would review how it prepares for popular campaigns, including staffing and crowd control, and consider tighter checks at ordering. The incident highlighted how collectible toys and cards can quickly create a resale market. It also pushed retailers to balance marketing success with social responsibility and the fight against food loss.
Question: Which of the following statements is correct about McDonald's Japan and the Happy Set controversy? To stop resellers, the company sold the Pokemon cards separately without meals and ended Happy Set promotions nationwide. The company apologized because resale apps were shut down and customers could not list the toys online. McDonald's said only toy shortages caused complaints and insisted no food was thrown away during the campaign. McDonald's Japan apologized as Pokemon Happy Sets fueled resale buying and some meals were abandoned, worsening food waste concerns. The answer is 4.
Ministop suspends handmade foods after expiration label violations found nationwide. Convenience store chain Ministore said on August 18th that it had found improper handling of expiration labels at some of its stores. The issue involved ready-to-eat food made in each store's kitchen. The company said some stores failed to put labels on freshly made rice balls and boxed meals right after cooking, and later attached labels that extended the expiration time. In other cases, products that had already been displayed were relabeled. Ministop launched an emergency check across all stores and apologized to customers. It also stopped making its in-store handmade rice balls and bento nationwide from August 9th while the investigation continued. The company said similar label problems were also found for in-store prepared side dishes, so it suspended sales of those items from August 18th. As of August 16th, rule-breaking sales methods had been confirmed at 23 stores, and the company reported the cases to local health centers. Ministop said it had not received reports of customers getting sick, but it would work with franchise owners to strengthen training and monitoring. It also said it would share the full investigation results once the checks are complete. The case reminded consumers that clear, honest labeling is a key part of food safety and trust, especially for ready-to-eat products.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Ministop and the expiration label violations? Many customers became sick, and health centers ordered every Ministop store to close for 1 full month. Stores replaced labels to shorten the expiration time, making fresh food look older and reducing customer complaints. Ministop found some stores relabeled expiration dates for in-store rice balls, so it suspended handmade food production nationwide. The issue involved only imported frozen foods, so Ministop stopped selling ice cream but kept handmade bento unchanged. The answer is 3.
Two firefighters die in Osaka Dotonbori Riverside building fire case. A serious fire broke out on August 18th in the Dotonbori area of Osaka, a busy tourist district along the river. The blaze started around 9:50 a.m. in a building with many restaurants and shops and spread to a neighboring structure facing the canal. Fire crews rushed in and fought thick smoke for hours. 2 firefighters from the Naniwa fire station, ages 55 and 22, became trapped during the operation and later died. Several other firefighters and a woman in her 20s were taken to hospital with injuries that were not life-threatening. The incident shocked the city because Dotonbori is usually filled with visitors. Experts said the fire looked unusual because flames quickly covered the outside of the building. One theory was that large advertising boards on the outer wall caught fire and helped it spread upward. Local media also reported that the 2 buildings were connected by a passage which may have allowed the fire to move sideways. Investigators began checking the cause, the building's escape routes, and whether materials used for signs were fire-resistant. The deaths of the two firefighters renewed attention on the risks of entering smoke-filled buildings to search for possible victims.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Dotonbori Riverside building fire in Osaka? The blaze began late at night on the street, and crews stopped it quickly without entering either building. A fire spread across two Dotonbori Riverside buildings, and two firefighters later died while battling heavy smoke inside. Only one small shop burned, and no one was taken to the hospital, including all firefighters at the scene. The fire spread, but the two trapped firefighters were rescued alive, and officials reported no deaths in the operation. The answer is 2.
JICA Africa Hometown Program triggers visa rumors. Government denies claim. A new international exchange project by JICA, Japan's aid agency, caused confusion online after 4 Japanese municipalities were named Africa hometowns. The cities included Imabari, Kisarazu, Sanjo, and Nagai, paired with African partner countries. The program, announced around the TICAD-9 meetings in Yokohama, was meant to support exchanges such as events and people-to-people ties. However, some overseas reports and social media posts wrongly claimed that Japan would offer special immigration or work visas, or that cities were being given to foreign countries. Kisarazu City in Chiba Prefecture quickly denied the rumors and said no such visa plan existed. The Japanese government moved to calm the situation. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs said the project did not involve special visas and that it was working with JICA to correct false information. In one city, officials said they received more than 500 emails and phone calls from worried residents, and online maps were even vandalized. Fact-check groups explained that hometown was a symbolic label for cooperation, not a change of ownership or migration policy. The episode showed how quickly a mistranslation or exaggerated headline can spread across borders. Officials said they would improve explanations in future announcements so everyone understands the project's real aim.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the JICA Africa Hometown Program and the rumors? The label meant partner countries would control the cities, and officials announced special immigration visas for residents immediately. Kisarazu confirmed a special work visa plan and asked residents to apply, causing long lines at City Hall. JICA canceled the program the same day, removing the hometown label because maps were edited and residents complained. JICA named 4 cities Africa hometowns for exchanges, but visa rumors spread and the government denied them. The answer is 4.
Netflix becomes exclusive Japan streamer for all WBC 2026 games. Netflix and World Baseball Classic Inc. announced an exclusive deal for Japan that will make Netflix the main place to watch the 2026 World Baseball Classic. Under the deal, Netflix will stream all 47 games live and also offer them on demand for Japanese viewers as part of their normal subscription. Fans will be able to watch on TVs, phones, and other devices. It will be the first time Netflix streams a live event in Japan. Many fans were surprised because recent tournaments were widely available on free-to-air TV. In 2026, internet streaming will be necessary to follow every game, including matches that do not involve Japan. The 2026 tournament is scheduled to start on March 5th and 6th and will feature 20 national teams playing in pools in Tokyo, San Juan, Houston, and Miami. Team Japan will try to defend its title after winning the 2023 championship. Netflix said it will work with Japanese partners to deliver a new viewing experience. Organisers said more details, such as programming schedules and extra content, will be announced later. The deal may signal a bigger shift in Japan's sports broadcasting market as streaming platforms compete for major events. Fans and advertisers will be watching closely to see how many people choose to subscribe to watch the classic.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the WBC 2026 viewing announcement in Japan? Netflix will stream only Tokyo pool games, while Japan viewers must use cable channels to watch Houston and Miami matches. Organizers said the 2026 tournament was canceled, and Netflix bought rights only for an undefined future baseball event. Netflix announced exclusive Japan streaming for all 47 WBC 2026 games live, with replays available to subscribers. Free-to-air TV in Japan will show all games, and Netflix will provide only short highlights after each match. The answer is 3.
China holds huge Victory Day parade with Putin, Kim. On September 3rd, China held a major military parade in Beijing to mark 80 years since Japan's defeat in World War II, a day China calls Victory Day. President Xi Jinping led the ceremony at Tiananmen Square, gave a speech, and inspected the troops. Russia's President Vladimir Putin and North Korean leader Kim Jong-un attended as guests of honor, and China said more than 20 other leaders also came. The event included marching units, military bands, and large displays of weapons. Fighter jets flew over the square, while missiles and armored vehicles rolled past the main viewing stand. Chinese officials said the commemoration was meant to defend peace, but it also sent a clear political message. Western leaders were mostly absent, while China highlighted closer ties with Russia and North Korea. Analysts said the parade showed China's growing military power and its effort to build partnerships outside the West. Reuters reported that the display included advanced aircraft and missile systems, reflecting rapid military modernization. Security in central Beijing was strict, with road closures and heavy checks. Some observers said the show of force also aimed to build national pride at home.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about China's 80th Victory Day military parade? The parade honored 80 years since victory, but it was not at Tiananmen Square and showed no missiles. China staged the Beijing parade, with Xi reviewing troops, while Putin and Kim attended as top guests. Putin attended in person, yet Kim joined only by video, while missiles and jets were not displayed. The event marked 80 years, but leaders avoided Tiananmen Square and held a small indoor ceremony. The answer is 2.
Japan PM Ishiba signals resignation. Party race set. On September 7th, Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba said he would resign as leader of Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party. Under Japan's system, that meant he planned to leave the prime minister's post once the party chose a new leader. In a press conference at the Prime Minister's office, Ishiba said he had reached a turning point after recent negotiations with the United States on tariff measures and investment talks. He told party leaders to begin the procedure for a special leadership election during his term. Ishiba also said he would keep doing his duties until a successor was selected and the political handover was ready. After Ishiba's statement, senior party figures moved to set a timetable for choosing the next leader, with a vote planned for October 4th. Potential candidates began to gather supporters, and the media focused on who could win votes from both lawmakers and local party members. Markets and business groups watched closely because the next prime minister will face high prices, wage concerns, and tough diplomacy with the United States and nearby countries. Within the party, some lawmakers called for unity to avoid instability, while opposition parties urged a clearer explanation of policy goals before the leadership change.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Prime Minister Ishiba's plan to resign? Ishiba said he would stay as LDP leader until 2028 because tariff talks with the US were unfinished. He resigned immediately that night, leaving no plan for a party vote or a successor prime minister. He announced a snap general election first and promised to discuss resignation only after the results. He said he would step down as party leader and remain in office only until a new leader was chosen. The answer is 4.
Tenkai-pin ramen probe starts after insect found in bowl. In early September, the ramen chain Tenkai-pin faced criticism after an insect was found in a served dish at a Kyoto shop. The company said the incident happened on August 24th at its Shinkyagoku Sanjo store, and the customer noticed the foreign object during the meal. According to reporting, the shop kept operating for a short period while it confirmed facts and arranged pest measures. After the case was confirmed, the store reported it to the local health office on September 3rd. The next day, inspectors visited the restaurant and began checks. Tenkai-pin said it stopped operations at the shop and carried out pest control and deep cleaning with a specialist company. Tenkai-pin apologized to customers and said it would strengthen hygiene rules across its stores. The company also said it would review food handling steps and staff training based on guidance from the health office. News of the incident spread online and raised worries about food safety, especially as restaurants struggle with busy schedules and staff shortages. Some customers asked for clearer reporting and faster disclosure when accidents happen. Local officials reminded restaurants to prevent pests and keep records of cleaning. Tenkai-pin said it would reopen only after it could confirm a safer environment for guests.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Tenkai-pin ramen contamination case? The case happened at a Kyoto shop, but the company said the health office did not inspect the store. The customer found a foreign object in Kyoto, and inspectors came after the store reported it to the health office. Tenkai-pin apologized, but reopened the Kyoto store the next morning without pest control or deep cleaning. The incident was reported months later, so the health office could not inspect the kitchen or equipment. The answer is 2.
Downpour hit central Tokyo, floods and rail delays. On September 11th, very heavy rain hit Tokyo and nearby areas in a short time. The Japan Meteorological Agency said warm, moist air flowed toward a weather front and made the atmosphere unstable. In some parts of the city, rainfall became extreme, and one location in Meguro Ward recorded 134 millimeters in 1 hour. Authorities issued record short-time heavy rain information and warned that several rivers could reach dangerous levels, including the Meguro and Shakaji rivers. Some districts also received emergency alerts for flooding and possible landslides. Many streets were quickly covered with water, and some underground spaces and shops reported flooding. The downpour disrupted daily life in the capital. Some train lines stopped temporarily, and drivers faced flooded roads and traffic jams. Officials urged people to avoid going outside, not to approach rivers, and to watch for updated alerts, even after the rain weakened. Weather services warned that heavy rain could shift east, so areas that were dry at one moment could still face sudden danger. Experts said Tokyo's dense urban area can flood fast when intense rain falls because water has fewer places to drain. The event renewed debate about climate risks and the need to improve drainage and protect underground facilities.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the record downpour in central Tokyo? The meteorological agency said warm, moist air caused instability, and Meguro saw 134 millimeters in 1 hour. Officials warned rivers were falling too low, so flood alerts were canceled even as rain continued. The downpour came from a typhoon offshore, and Tokyo avoided flooding because rain stayed under 10 millimeters hourly. Most trains ran normally since the city had only light rain and no road flooding in central districts. The answer is 1.
Tokyo hosts World Athletics as Duplantis breaks record. Tokyo hosts World Athletics as Duplantis breaks record. Ha ha! The World Athletics Championships were held in Tokyo from September 13th to 21, bringing about 2,000 top athletes to the national stadium. The meet returned to Japan for the first time since Tokyo hosted in 1991. On September 15th, Swedish pole vaulter Armand Mondo Duplantis won his third straight world title and thrilled the crowd with another world record. After securing gold, he cleared 6.30 meters, improving his own best mark again. The third day also featured finals, qualifying rounds, and big names across many events. Fans filled the seats to watch world-class speed, jumping and throwing under bright lights in central Tokyo. Organisers and local officials promoted the championships as a key sports moment for Tokyo, with 9 days of competition and many sessions from morning to night. Japanese athletes competed in several races and field events, and domestic media provided live coverage and frequent results updates. For visitors, transport guides and security checks were tightened around the stadium area. Volunteers supported fans in multiple languages, and nearby businesses welcomed the crowd. Many athletes said the stadium atmosphere helped them focus, even with a busy schedule. As the meet continued, attention turned to medal races, new records, and how Team Japan could perform on home soil.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the 2025 World Athletics Championships in Tokyo? The Tokyo Championships ended on September 15th, so most finals were skipped and fans saw only qualifying rounds. In Tokyo, Duplantis won pole vault gold, but his best jump was 6.00 meters, so no record fell. In Tokyo's National Stadium, Duplantis won pole vault gold and then raised the world record to 6.30 meters. Tokyo hosted the championships, but it was Japan's first time since 2019, not since the 1991 event. The answer is 3.
Marugame Uden reforms manager roles. Pay can reach 20 million yen. On September 17th, Toradol Holdings, the operator of Marugame Seimen, announced a major reform of its store leadership system. The company said it would replace the traditional store manager role with a new position called the Happikin Officer, focused on leading teams and creating better customer experiences. Pay will depend on performance and skill level, and in top cases, annual income could reach 20 million yen. At Marugame Seimen, the role will be called Happikin Captain, and the company plans to introduce it from November after training. Toradol also set a goal to develop about 300 captains by 2028, including around 10 top earners. Toradol explained that the reform is part of its psychological capital approach, which aims to improve both staff well-being and customer satisfaction. Some routine tasks will be shared among team members so leaders can focus more on coaching and store culture. It also announced support measures such as a family cafeteria plan for employees' children. The bold pay figure drew attention in the restaurant industry, where labor shortages remain serious. At the same time, some workers and experts said fair evaluation rules and workload control will be key, so higher pay does not mean unhealthy pressure.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Marugame Seimen's new leader role and pay system? Toradol kept the old manager system and only changed uniforms, saying pay would stay the same for everyone. Toradol introduced a captain-style leader role with skill-based pay that can reach 20 million yen yearly. The new role was limited to part-time workers, and it removed coaching duties to reduce customer interaction. The company set a strict cap of 2 million yen and ended performance pay to avoid competition among stores. The answer is 2.
Smartphone health insurance ID starts in Japan on September 19th. Japan began a new service on September 19th that lets people use a smartphone as a My Number health insurance card at clinics and pharmacies that are ready. My Number is Japan's national ID system. The health ministry said the service would start step by step, depending on whether each facility has the needed equipment. Users can choose iPhone or Android and follow an app process to link identity and insurance information. The aim is to make check-in faster, reduce paperwork, and avoid carrying a separate card. Officials also said the system will expand as more sites confirm successful scans. The ministry said patients should confirm in advance whether a clinic can accept the smartphone method because not all sites will support it at once. The rollout raised questions about privacy, security, and how to help older people or those without smartphones. Some experts said clear guidance and easy help desks are essential to avoid confusion at reception counters. The government provided a phone hotline and posted information about participating facilities online, updating it over time. Supporters argued the change can reduce lost cards and improve medical data sharing, but critics want strong safeguards and simple options for everyone.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's smartphone health insurance ID service? Every clinic had to accept smartphone scans on day 1, and paper procedures were banned nationwide. Only iPhones worked at pharmacies, while hospitals were told to avoid scanning phones for check-in. The government ended My Number cards, saying smartphones would be the only way to prove insurance status. From September 19th, People could use iPhone or Android as a My Number insurance card at ready facilities. The answer is 4.
Five candidates launch LDP leadership race after Ishiba exit. On September 22nd, Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party officially began its leadership contest to choose a successor to Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba, who had said he would step down. 5 lawmakers entered the race, and the party set an October 4th vote that will likely decide Japan's next Prime Minister. The winner will be chosen through votes by party lawmakers and party members around the country. Reuters listed the candidates as Sane Takaichi, Shinjiro Koizumi, Yoshimasa Hayashi, Toshimitsu Motegi, and Takayuki Kobayashi. At kick-off events, candidates promise steps to ease the cost of living, support wage growth, and manage talks with the United States, while also stressing defense and energy security. As the campaign continued, controversy grew over online messaging. Later in September, Koizumi apologized after reports said his camp asked supporters to post flattering comments during live-streamed videos, making them look like spontaneous praise. Critics called it stealth promotion and warned it could harm trust in the election. Major media described example messages and said the incident also included harsh comments about rivals. The party's election committee warned campaigns about actions that could inflame conflict and break campaign rules. The debate pushed candidates to discuss clearer standards for digital campaigning and more transparency about who is speaking online.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the LDP leadership race and Koizumi's online comment issue? Only 2 lawmakers ran, and the party banned all live streaming to stop online attacks between candidates. The October 4th vote was moved to December because Ishiba withdrew his resignation and kept leading the party. 5 candidates entered the LDP race, and Koizumi later apologized for arranged praise comments during live-streamed videos. Koizumi denied any issue, and the election committee praised his team for using scripted comments as a model. The answer is 3.
More nations recognize Palestine. Japan holds back at UN. In late September, recognition of a Palestinian state expounded among Western nations ahead of the UN General Assembly. Britain, Canada, Australia, and Portugal announced recognition, and France moved toward formal recognition as leaders gathered in New York to discuss a 2-state solution. A high-level meeting hosted by France and Saudi Arabia drew many countries to talk about statehood. Supporters said the step was meant to increase pressure for a ceasefire and a political path forward after the Gaza war. Reuters reported that Israel reacted angrily and argued the move rewarded violence. Some governments also said recognition should go together with reforms and security guarantees for both Israelis and Palestinians. Japan, however, said it would not recognize a Palestinian state at that time. Japan's foreign minister explained that recognition at this point would not directly lead to a ceasefire or real progress in peace talks, so the government chose to wait. Japan continued to state support for a 2-state solution and provided humanitarian aid while trying to keep working relations with the United States and other partners. The decision sparked debate inside Japan about diplomacy and timing. Some people argued Japan should join the recognition wave to show leadership, while others said careful steps are needed to keep channels open for negotiation.
Question: Which of the following statements is correct about recognizing Palestine and Japan's response? Japan recognized Palestine with Britain and Canada and announced it would stop all humanitarian aid to Gaza. As more nations recognized Palestine, Japan held back, saying recognition now would not directly advance a ceasefire. France and Saudi Arabia urged countries to drop two-state talks, and Japan supported ending that discussion. Japan refused recognition because it wanted to cut ties and avoid meetings at the UN General Assembly. The answer is 2.
Mabashi Mayor scandal grows as city opens complaint hotline. In Mabashi, Gunma Prefecture, a mayoral scandal drew national attention in late September. Reports said Mayor Akira Ogawa met a married male city executive at a love hotel more than 10 times. Ogawa held an emergency press conference on September 24th, admitted visiting the hotel, and apologized for behavior that could cause misunderstanding, but she denied a sexual relationship. By September 29th, the city said complaints and inquiries had surged to around 2,000, making normal work difficult. The city opened a special phone hotline and prepared staff to handle the calls. Local media also said the mayor planned to explain the case again to the city assembly in early October. Media reports said the mayor would give further explanations to the city assembly as citizens demanded clearer answers about ethics and leadership. Some residents argued she should resign, while others said the city should focus on facts and avoid rumour-driven politics. Several outlets reported that the heavy volume of calls showed strong public anger and risked slowing public services. The case also raised wider questions about workplace power and the need for strict rules on relations between a leader and subordinates. It became a big topic nationwide because it touched both private behaviour and public trust in local government.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Maebashi mayor scandal and the city's response? The mayor denied any hotel visit, and the city said fewer than 20 complaints arrived, so work was unaffected. The city assembly removed the mayor immediately, and all inquiries ended after one brief statement on September 24th. Reports said meetings were official city business, so the mayor held no press conference and offered no apology. After Love Hotel reports, the mayor admitted visits, denied an affair, and the city opened a hotline after 2,000 inquiries. The answer is 4.
U.S. budget deadline missed. Partial government shutdown starts nationwide. On the 2nd of October 2025, the first full workday after the deadline, a U.S. government shutdown began because lawmakers didn't pass funding in time. Agencies followed shutdown plans, stopping non-critical activities and telling many workers to stay home. Essential services continued, but many public offices reduced hours or paused work. The sudden stop created delays for people who need federal permits, support programs, or official data. It also raised worries in financial markets about how long the political deadlock would last. The administration urged Congress to act quickly, but talks remained stuck. Funding actually lapsed on October 1st, and the shutdown later lasted 43 days. A bipartisan policy center analysis said at least about 670,000 federal employees were placed on temporary leave, while roughly 730,000 continued to work without pay. Some workers first faced a full zero pay day on October 24th. By the time lawmakers approved new funding, nearly 3 million civilian paychecks had been held back, worth almost $14 billion in wages. Congress eventually passed a short-term funding law on November 12th, reopening much of the government and keeping it running into January 2026. The episode showed how budget fights in Washington can quickly affect workers, services, and confidence in the economy.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the U.S. partial government shutdown story? Lawmakers approved a temporary bill before the deadline, yet agencies still closed and reopened the next morning. Only a few parks closed because the shutdown affected mainly state offices rather than federal programs or workers. After Congress missed the funding deadline, many non-essential agencies paused work while vital services continued nationwide. Most federal employees worked normally and were paid on time, while essential services were suspended for safety checks. The answer is 3.
Two Japanese scientists win Nobel Prizes in medicine and chemistry. During Nobel Prize Week in early October, two Japanese researchers were named Nobel laureates. On October 6th, immunologist Shimon Sakaguchi won the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine, shared with Mary Brunko and Fred Ramsdell, for discoveries about how the immune system is kept in check. 2 days later, on October 8th, chemist Susumu Kitagawa received the Nobel Prize in Chemistry with Richard Robson and Omar Yagi. Their work developed metal organic frameworks, porous materials built from metal ions and organic molecules with large cavities inside. Many people in Japan celebrated the Red Double win in the same year. The Medicine Prize highlighted regulatory T cells, which help prevent the body from attacking itself. This knowledge has supported research on treatments for autoimmune diseases, allergies, cancer, and transplant rejection. The Chemistry Prize showed how MOFs can be designed like a tiny building with many rooms where molecules can move in and out. Scientists use MOFs to capture carbon dioxide, store hydrogen, harvest water from dry air, and remove pollutants from water. Both laureates also spoke about the value of long-term basic science because important results often take decades to appear. Their awards renewed debate on how Japan funds research.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the two Japanese Nobel Prize winners? Japan's Chemistry Nobel honored regulatory T cells, while the Medicine Prize rewarded creating porous MOFs for gas storage. Both Japanese winners received the same Nobel category, and neither shared the award with foreign co-laureates. Both awards praised the same discovery, metal organic frameworks that directly control regulatory T cells in the immune system. Two Japanese researchers shared Nobel Prizes, one for regulating immune responses, another for metal organic framework materials. The answer is 4.
Osaka Kansai Expo closes after 184 days, topping 29 million visitors. Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai closed on October 13th, ending a 184-day World Fair on Yumashima in Osaka. The Expo Association said total visitors reached 29,017,924 by the final day. Crowds came to see pavilions from many countries and companies, large shows, and displays of new technology. The last weekend was especially busy, and transport around the site handled heavy traffic. On the final day alone, about 244,000 people entered. Hotels and restaurants in the Kansai area also felt a lift as many people stayed overnight to visit. Organisers held a closing programme to thank staff, volunteers and guests. Organisers explained that the visitor total included both regular guests and entries using staff passes. The association listed staff pass entries at 3,438,938. Ticket sales were reported separately, with cumulative sales at 22,069,546 by the closing day, though the figure was still preliminary. Over 6 months, the expo became a major travel destination for people across Japan and from abroad. After the gates closed, attention moved to removing temporary buildings and reusing parts of the site for later development. Leaders in Osaka said they wanted to carry the expo's ideas into long-term projects for the Kansai region.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the closing of Expo 2025 Osaka Kansai? Expo 2025 Osaka ended after 184 days, and organizers reported total entries exceeded 29 million, including staff. The expo closed early after 90 days, and the final tally stayed below 22 million because tickets sold poorly. Organizers counted only paying guests, so staff pass entries were excluded from the 29 million visitor figure. Ticket sales passed 29 million, while total visitor entries remained around 24 million due to crowd limits. The answer is 1.
Muji online store halts new orders after logistics cyber attack spreads. On October 20th, Ryohin Keikako, the company behind Muji, stopped taking new orders on its official online store. The company said the store had been shut down since the night of October 19th because its logistics partner, part of the Askell Group, was hit by ransomware, a cyber attack that blocks systems. Muji said it used ASKU Logist for warehouse and shipping work. Muji also limited shopping features in the Muji app, including browsing and purchase functions. Physical stores stayed open, but many customers could not buy online-only items or schedule deliveries. The company apologized and said it was checking systems and delivery data while working to restore services. The incident showed how an attack on one company can spread through shared systems. In later updates, Muji warned that some shipping information for online orders, such as names, addresses, phone numbers, and order details, might have been exposed in the partners network. The company said credit card information was not included. Muji restarted part of its online operations in early December and fully resumed taking orders and shipping in mid-December. It promised to review security rules with partners and to strengthen monitoring so that customers can shop safely online.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Muji halting new online orders after a cyber attack? MUJI's website payment system was hacked and credit card data leaked, so the company closed every store. Muji stopped accepting new online orders after a ransomware attack struck an Askell Group logistics partner. Stores stayed open. The online store kept taking new orders, but shipping slowed while the company checked delivery data for leaks. Muji blamed its own app update, not the logistics company, and said the problem ended the same night. The answer is 2.
Sanae Takaichi becomes Japan's first female prime minister after vote. On October 21st, Sanae Takaichi became Japan's first female prime minister. The Diet held selection votes in both houses, and she secured enough support to be chosen as the country's 104th leader. Takaichi had just won the leadership of the ruling Liberal Democratic Party, and she moved quickly to form a new cabinet and set priorities. At the Prime Minister's office, she said she would protect people's daily lives and strengthen Japan's security. Many people called the moment historic because Japan had never had a woman in the top job. Reuters reported that Takaichi's rise signalled a more conservative direction in Tokyo after a period of fast political change inside the ruling camp. Supporters said she would push stronger defence and industrial policies, while critics watched her views on history and social issues. Markets reacted with interest, hoping for growth measures and clearer leadership. At the same time, many observers said the next test would be whether more women can gain real influence in politics, not only one leader. Takaichi's early cabinet choices and the way she handled key diplomacy were expected to shape public trust.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Sanae Takaichi becoming prime minister? Takaichi lost the ruling party election but still became prime minister through a nationwide general election landslide. She became prime minister temporarily, but Japan had already had several female prime ministers in earlier decades. After winning ruling party leadership, Sanae Takaichi was chosen in Diet votes, becoming Japan's first woman prime minister. After the Diet vote, she formed no cabinet and said security policy would not change under her government. The answer is 3.
Japanese ministry issues guidance to anchor after repeated product recalls. Japanese ministry issues guidance to anchor after repeated product recalls. On October 21st, Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry posted a recall notice for Anker Japan after fire incidents were reported. The recall covered 4 products, including the mobile battery Anker PowerCore 10,000 and 3 audio devices. METI listed about 410,124 units of the power bank and more than 110,000 units of the speakers and conference device as targets, totaling roughly 520,000 items. The ministry said a problem in battery cell production could lead to an internal short circuit and overheating. Customers were told to stop using the listed products and apply for collection and replacement. Japanese media said METI also gave administrative guidance to Anker because recalls had occurred repeatedly. Reports said the ministry asked the company to inspect all lithium-ion battery products it sold in Japan, strengthen manufacturing and quality control, and report progress on how it explained the recall to customers. TV Asahi said it was the first time the ministry issued such guidance to a seller of mobile batteries. One report said that across several cases, the total number of affected Anker products in Japan reached about 1 million. The story renewed attention on lithium-ion safety in daily devices and on how quickly companies must react when defects appear.
Question: Which of the following statements is correct about the Anchor recall and government guidance? Meaty praised Anchor's quality controls and said no recall was needed because the incidents were user mistakes. The recall targeted only speakers, excluding the PowerCore 10,000, because its batteries were proven safe in tests. Customers were told to keep using products while Anchor negotiated compensation, and the ministry issued no guidance. Meaty announced recalls for several Anchor devices after fire reports, warning battery defects could cause overheating and short circuits. The answer is 4.
Police raid resignation agency, Mumori, over suspected, illegal legal work. On October 22nd, Tokyo police raided offices linked to the resignation service, Mumori. The service helps workers tell their employer that they want to quit. Reports said investigators suspected the operating company may have violated Japan's Attorney Act. The allegation was that it arranged legal work through lawyers in an improper way and received referral fees. Police searched related sites and collected documents and digital data. The case drew wide attention online because resignation agencies have grown popular among people who feel stressed about direct talks with their bosses. In Japan, a non-lawyer can pass a simple message, but negotiating disputes about pay, harassment, or compensation can be considered legal work. That is why many resignation services say they only deliver a notice and do not negotiate. Bar groups and lawyers have warned for years that some operators might cross the line when they handle complex cases. The raid did not prove guilt, but it showed that authorities were watching the fast-growing industry more closely. Users were reminded to seek a lawyer or a union-based service if negotiation becomes necessary.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the police search of the resignation agency Mumori? Tokyo police raided Mumori Link offices, suspecting illegal referral of legal services and possible fee-taking under the Attorney Act. Police raided Mumori because simply delivering a resignation message is always illegal unless a union does it. Investigators said Mumori only passed notices, never involved lawyers, and therefore faced no suspicion of legal work. The raid focused on unpaid wages negotiations that Mumori settled in court, even though it claimed to avoid negotiations. The answer is 1.
Nikkei index breaks 50,000 for first time amid policy optimism. On October 27th, the Nikkei 225 rose sharply and closed above 50,000 yen for the first time in history. Reuters reported it ended at 50,512.32, up about 1,213 yen in one day. A weaker yen supported exporters, and buying spread across many sectors. Large technology shares made strong gains, and the broader Topics index also reached a record. Investors pointed to hopes of easing US-China trade tensions and expectations for policies from Japan's new government. The milestone was symbolic because it marked a new level far above the index's past peaks. Reuters said the index briefly climbed to around 50,549 during the session before slowing as some traders took profits. Strategists noted that the rise had been very fast and warned that a short-term correction could come at any time. Still, some said the trend could continue if overseas funds kept flowing into Japan. The rally also reopened debate about the gap between stock prices and daily life, because wages and household budgets do not always improve as quickly as markets. Even so, the 50,000 mark became a strong symbol of confidence in Japan's corporate outlook.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Nikkei 225 breaking 50,000 for the first time? The Nikkei briefly touched 50,000 but finished below it after a strong yen hurt exporters all day. The Nikkei 225 closed above 50,000 for the first time as tech shares rose and the yen weakened. The rally was limited to banks, while topics fell sharply, so analysts said the market mood was negative. The index hit a record mainly on falling semiconductor shares because investors rushed into defensive sectors. The answer is 2.
Akita asks self-defense forces for help as bear attacks grow. Akita asks self-defense forces for help as bear attacks grow. On October 28, Akita Prefecture asked Japan's self-defense forces for help as bear incidents increased. Governor Suzuki said local workers were exhausted and that more support was needed to protect lives. Defense Minister Shinjiro Koizumi said the ministry would work with the prefecture and respond quickly. Reports said the SDF would not shoot bears but would provide backup support such as moving equipment and traps. Officials met the same day to decide what help was possible and how to deploy personnel safely. The government also said it would add the Defense Ministry to a national bear countermeasure meeting on October 30th. Bear sightings and attacks have risen in parts of Japan, especially when animals search for food near towns in autumn. Experts say weather, changes in forests, and fewer hunters may be part of the problem, although causes differ by area. In Akita, the request for SDF support showed how serious the situation had become for local communities. Authorities reminded residents to avoid leaving food outdoors, to use bells or noise in mountain areas, and to report sightings quickly. The episode also highlighted the need for long-term wildlife management, not only emergency action after accidents happen.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Akita asking the self-defense forces for bear-related support? Akita requested self-defense forces help as bear incidents grew, expecting logistical support, like moving traps, not shooting. Akita asked the SDF to hunt bears directly, and the defense minister approved live-fire operations immediately. The governor said the situation was under control, so Akita canceled all meetings about bear countermeasures. Officials said the national bear meeting would exclude the defense ministry because it cannot assist prefectures legally. The answer is 1.
Japan and US leaders meet first time, stress strong alliance. On October 28th, Japanese Prime Minister Sanae Takaichi met US President Donald Trump for their first face-to-face summit. The meeting was held at the State Guest House Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and it included talks, a signing ceremony, and a working lunch. The main talks lasted about 40 minutes and were followed by formal events. Takaichi welcomed Trump's visit and stressed a friendly start to their relationship. Japan's foreign ministry said both leaders confirmed that the Japan-US alliance is the foundation for peace and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific. They agreed to strengthen security cooperation and to keep close communication on regional risks, including China and North Korea. The leaders also focused on the economy. Japan said they signed documents to move forward with tariff-related agreements and to cooperate on securing supplies of critical minerals and rare earths, which are important for batteries and high-tech products. They also shared views on the wider idea of a free and open Indo-Pacific and on cooperation with other partners. For Tokyo, the summit helped show stability after a change of prime minister. For Washington, the visit highlighted the alliance as a key part of its Asia strategy. The meeting set the tone for future talks on trade, technology, and security.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the first summit between Japan's and the US leaders? The leaders met privately without ceremonies, avoided discussing security, and agreed to delay all talks on trade. They emphasized friendship but refused any documents, saying rare earth supply and tariffs were too sensitive to mention. The summit centered on ending cooperation with partners in the Indo-Pacific while focusing only on domestic Japanese politics. In Tokyo, Takaichi and Trump held their first summit, confirming the alliance and signing papers on tariffs and minerals. The answer is 4.
Dodgers win second straight World Series. Yamamoto takes MVP award. On November 2nd in Toronto, the Los Angeles Dodgers won Game 7 of the World Series, beating the Toronto Blue Jays 5-4 in 11 innings. The Dodgers took the series 4-3 and became the first MLB team in 25 years to repeat as champions. Shohei Ohtani started as both pitcher and designated hitter, but he gave up a 3-run homer early and left after 2 1/3 innings. After falling behind 4-2, Los Angeles hit late home runs by Max Muncy and Miguel Rojas to tie the game and push it into extra innings. Yoshinobu Yamamoto became the hero at the end. He had won Game 6 the day before, then came out of the bullpen in the 9th inning with 1 out and the bases loaded. Yamamoto escaped the jam, threw a scoreless 10th, and stayed in for the 11th after Will Smith hit a go-ahead solo homer. He allowed only 1 hit in 2 2/3 innings and earned the win. In the postseason, he went 5-1 with a very low ERA. Yamamoto was named World Series MVP, the second Japanese player to win it after Hideki Matsui.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the World Series story? Los Angeles won 4-0, and Yamamoto was MVP because he hit 2 home runs in Game 7. Toronto won Game 7 in extra innings, stopping the Dodgers from repeating and leaving Yamamoto without the MVP award. The Dodgers repeated as champions, winning 4-3, and Yamamoto earned MVP after key relief in Game 7. The Dodgers won in 7 games, but Ohtani closed the final innings while Yamamoto never pitched. The answer is 3.
SDP Vice Leader Arakaki plans to leave. Seat at risk. On November 2nd, Kunio Arakaki, Vice Leader of the Social Democratic Party, said he planned to leave the party. Arakaki was the SDP's only member of Japan's House of Representatives, so his departure would leave the party with 0 seats in the lower house. At a press conference, he said he had proposed steps to expand the party, including a plan involving leader Mizuho Fukushima, but the party did not accept his ideas. Arakaki said he would act as an independent and keep working inside the Constitutional Democratic group in parliament. The SDP is one of Japan's smallest national parties, and losing its last lower house seat would reduce its visibility, funding, and speaking time in debates. Some supporters worried this could weaken voices that focus on pacifism, social welfare, and Okinawa issues. Arakakaki said he still wanted to push these policies and to cooperate with other opposition lawmakers when needed. The move also showed how hard it is for small parties to keep members and win single-seat races. In the coming months, the SDP faced decisions about leadership, alliances, and how to rebuild its base.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Kunio Arakaki and the SDP? Arakaki stayed as SDP deputy leader, and the party kept one lower house seat through his continued membership. Arakaki said he would leave the SDP, risking 0 lower house seats, while staying with the CDP group. He left the SDP and demanded that leader Mizuho Fukushima resign, blaming her for the party's weak support. Arakaki resigned his lower house seat, so the SDP lost its only member before he even filed to leave. The answer is 2.
NHK party head Tachibana arrested in Hyogo defamation case. Police. On November 9th, Hyogo police arrested Takashi Tachibana, head of the NHK party, on suspicion of defamation or spreading false claims that hurt a person's reputation. Police said he repeatedly spread false stories on social media and in speeches about Hideaki Tachiyuki, a former Hyogo prefectural assembly member. One story said Tachiyuki was being questioned by police and was about to be arrested, but police had denied it. Tachiyuki had served on a special committee that investigated Governor Motohiko Saito and later faced online abuse. He resigned and later died, and his widow filed criminal complaints. Tachibana was arrested in Osaka and was questioned by police. Tachibana later admitted that some of his remarks were not true and apologized for posting information that went against the facts. Legal experts said criminal defamation cases in Japan often end without detention, but they noted that the wide reach of social media can increase the harm. The case also raised debate about political speech and responsibility online because Tachibana is a party leader with many followers. Police said they were building cases on multiple counts. The arrest became another example of Japan's struggle to deal with online slander while protecting free discussion.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Tachibana's arrest in Hyogo? He was questioned but not arrested because police said his claims matched their investigation and public statements. Police arrested him for leaking true investigation details about Governor Saito, not for statements about Takeuchi. Tachibana apologized online, and police did not arrest him because he deleted the posts immediately afterward. Hyogo police arrested Tachibana for defamation after he spread false claims about former assembly member Takeuchi online. The answer is 4.
PM Takaichi says Taiwan crisis could trigger collective defense powers. On November 10th, Prime Minister Sana Takaichi faced questions about a possible crisis around Taiwan. In Parliament, she said a Taiwan emergency could become a situation that threatens Japan's survival, for example, if warships were used and force spread widely. Under Japan's security laws, this could allow Japan to help an ally defend itself under limited collective self-defense. Japan's leaders had often avoided clear statements on this topic, but Takaichi said she would not retract her view. The comment quickly became a headline in both Japan and China, and Beijing accused Japan of interference. In Japan, lawmakers debated how to speak about Taiwan while keeping diplomacy stable. Supporters of a stronger stance argued that Japan depends on sea lanes near Taiwan and must prepare for worst cases. Critics warned that clear language could raise tensions and make a crisis more likely. Experts also noted that the legal test for collective self-defense is strict. The government must judge that Japan's people face a clear and serious danger. Any use of force would require steps such as cabinet decisions and later reporting to the Diet. The discussion showed how security issues were shaping domestic politics.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Taiwan crisis debate in Japan? Takeichi said a Taiwan crisis could threaten Japan's survival, so limited collective self-defense might be possible. She said Taiwan would never affect Japan, so the Diet should avoid discussing security laws or alliances. Takeichi promised to retract her comment after China protested, saying the idea of collective self-defense was wrong. She argued Japan could use collective self-defense automatically, even without judging a survival-threatening situation under the law. The answer is 1.
Japan approves bear damage package, allows police rifle culling nationwide. On November 14th, Japan approved a new bear damage countermeasure package after a sharp rise in bear sightings and attacks. Officials said deaths from bear attacks had reached a record level that year. The package aimed to help towns react faster when bears entered residential areas. It called for closer coordination among ministries, prefectures, police, and hunters. The plan included better public warnings, removal of food that attracts bears, stronger fences, and more use of traps. It also asked for multilingual safety messages for hikers, including foreign visitors, and for experts to support local areas. A major change was the decision to allow trained police officers to use rifles to kill a dangerous bear in an emergency. The government said rules on special gun use were revised and took effect on November 13. Police would secure skilled officers and equipment and work with local hunting groups. The package also planned to expand support for so-called government hunters who can be hired by municipalities and to improve pay and training for capture work. Officials said the goal was to protect residents and schools while also managing bear numbers with scientific data, not only by reacting after an incident.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about Japan's new bear countermeasure package? Officials said bear attacks were falling, so the plan reduced cooperation with hunters and cut public warning systems. Japan approved a bear package to speed local response, including emergency rifle use by trained police officers. The package focused on fences and traps, but it kept police rifles forbidden even during urgent bear attacks. The government delayed any new rules until 2027, limiting action to research while towns handled emergencies alone. The answer is 2.
Film Kukuho becomes top live-action hit, North America release set. On November 25th, the film Kokuho, starring Ryo Yoshizawa, became the highest-grossing live-action Japanese movie ever. Box office figures showed it had earned about 17.377 billion yen by November 24th, and surpassed the 2003 record set by Odoro Daiso Sassen, the movie 2, ending a 22-year run at number 1. The film reached over 12.3 million admissions and stayed in cinemas for more than 170 days. Director Lee Sung-il adapted a novel by Shuichi Yoshida, telling the 50-year story of a man raised in a kabuki family, with major stage scenes performed without body doubles. The success was not limited to Japan. Kokuho appeared at several international festivals, and it was chosen as Japan's entry for the Academy Awards International Feature category. On the same day, reports said North American distributor G-Kids planned to release the film in 2026. Industry watchers said the movie's long running time and serious team did not stop audiences because word of mouth stayed strong. The record also showed that a theatrical hit can come from a traditional art form when the story feels more than an emotional. Producers said they hoped overseas viewers would discover kabuki culture through the film.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the film Kokuho's box office news? Kokuho became the top-grossing live-action Japanese film and later secured a planned North American release in 2026. The film left theaters within 2 weeks, and producers said there was no plan for overseas distribution. Kokuho broke the record as an animated movie, while its live-action box office remained far below past leaders. North America distributors showed interest, but the movie did not surpass the long-standing domestic record set in 2003. The answer is 1.
JR East announces Teppei QR payments linked to mobile Suica. On November 25th, JR East announced a new QR code payment service called Teppei. The company said it planned to add Teppei inside the mobile Suica app from autumn 2026. It also planned to work with Pasmo partners so mobile Pasmo users could use the same service from spring 2027. JRE said existing users would not need to download a separate app or make a new account. Teppei would support in-store code payments, balance transfers, and online purchases, aiming to expand Suica and Pasmo beyond transport and small e-money payments. JR East said its research found that many people felt stressed because cashless payment options were becoming too diverse and complicated. Teppei would let users charge a Teppei balance from bank accounts, ATMs, or a View card, and the balance could be used to pay at Teppei merchants and at more than 1.6 million smart code locations in Japan. Users could also send and receive Teppei balance between mobile Suica and mobile Pasmo, and then charge their transport IC cards. The service would also offer a local value function for regional coupons. JR East planned to start recruiting merchants around summer 2026.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about JR East's new QR payment service, Teppei? Teppei started in 2025 as a separate app, requiring new accounts even for existing mobile Suica users. Junior East said Teppei could be used only for train tickets and would not work at stores or online. The company planned to introduce Teppei to mobile Pasmo first in 2026, then bring it to mobile Suica in 2027. Junior East announced Teppei, adding QR payments to mobile Suica in 2026 and expanding to mobile Pasmo later. The answer is 4.
X rolls out account location display in new About section. In late November, X introduced a new change to account profiles. Users could open the About This Account page and see a label showing the region or country where an account was based. The information appeared alongside details such as the account's creation date. X said the goal was to increase transparency and help users judge whether an account might be part of a coordinated operation. The feature spread quickly across the platform, and many users checked the locations of politicians, media accounts, and influencers. The change became one of the most discussed updates on X that week. After the rollout, some users reported that the location labels were inaccurate, especially for accounts using VPNs or older settings. Ex-product chief Nikita Beer said the data was not perfect and the company was working to improve it. Others raised privacy concerns, arguing that even a broad location tag could expose activists, journalists, or people fleeing harassment. Supporters replied that the label was only a region-level signal and could reduce confusion during elections or crises. The debate showed how hard it is to add safety tools without creating new risks. It also reminded users to treat profile data as a clue, not as final proof.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about X's new account location display feature? X displayed exact city names on every profile page and removed the account creation date at the same time. The location label appeared only for government accounts, while normal users could not see it anywhere on X. X began showing a region or country label in About This Account, though users reported some location mistakes. X removed the About This Account feature entirely, saying privacy risks were too high for any transparency tools. The answer is 3.
Mabushi Mayor submits resignation after hotel meeting scandal report surfaced. On November 26, Akira Ogawa, the mayor of Mabashi City in Gunma Prefecture, submitted a resignation letter. Media reports said she had met several times with a married male city employee at love hotels, which sparked public criticism. Ogawa had previously denied a romantic relationship, but opposition parties in the city assembly demanded accountability. According to reports, she told the council chair that she planned to step down the next day. The resignation meant the city would soon face a new mayoral election, while city services continued under the administration. At a press conference, Ogawa said she wanted to take responsibility and reduce confusion in city politics. She also suggested she might run again in the election, which drew mixed reactions from residents. The case raised wider questions about trust in local leaders and about relationships inside workplaces, especially when a mayor and a staff member are involved. The city began considering internal checks related to the employees' conduct as well. Political observers said Mabashi would need a clear transition plan so that budgets and public projects were not delayed. The scandal added to national debate on ethics standards for public officials.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the Mayabashi mayor resignation story? The Mayabashi mayor submitted a resignation letter after reports she met a married city worker at love hotels. Reports said she met an unmarried worker at a restaurant and she proved it false with security video. After the scandal, she admitted the relationship but refused to submit any resignation letter and stayed in office. She resigned because the city assembly dissolved itself and the report about meeting an employee was unrelated. The answer is 1.
First arrest over zombie tobacco liquid containing banned etomidate, Japan. On November 27th, Tokyo police made the first arrest for possessing so-called zombie tobacco. The case involved vape liquid that contained etomidate, a sedative drug normally used in medicine. Police said the suspect had several bottles and had bought them through social media. Users of the drug can shake, collapse, and lose awareness, which is why it has a frightening nickname. Etomidate was added to Japan's list of designated drugs earlier in 2025, so selling or possessing it without permission became illegal. The arrest signalled a new stage in the crackdown on emerging drugs. Health experts warned that the liquid can spread quickly because it looks like normal e-cigarette products and is easy to hide. Some reports said the drug had been sold online at low prices, making it attractive to young users. Police said they would strengthen patrols and online investigations, and they urged people not to trust products advertised on SNS. Schools and parents were also asked to talk openly about the risks and the legal penalties. The case showed how fast new substances can appear and how regulation and education must adapt. Authorities said they would watch for related drugs that could replace etomidate.
Question: which of the following statements is correct about the first zombie tobacco arrest in Japan? Police arrested a suspect for selling legal nicotine liquid, and etomidate was not mentioned in the investigation. Tokyo police made the first arrest for possessing vape liquid containing etomidate, listed as a designated drug in 2025. The suspect was warned but not arrested because etomidate remained legal and had not been added to any list. The first case involved importing etomidate tablets, not vape liquid, bought through social media and used in e-cigarettes. The answer is 2.
Japan picks work as buzzword winner of 2025. Japan's 2025 New Words and Buzzwords Awards, linked to the yearly dictionary project, announced its results on December 1st. The grand prize went to the phrase, "I will work, and work," together with the label, "Female Prime Minister." The line came from Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi during a victory speech after she won her party's leadership race. The results were announced, and a top 10 list of popular terms was also released. The award is selected by a panel to capture the year's mood, and the outcome quickly spread on TV and social media nationwide. Nippin'. Supporters said the phrase showed strong determination and the tough path for women in politics. Critics said it sounded like throwing away work-life balance and could encourage overwork. Some commentators joked that Japan still felt like the Showa era when long hours were praised. In many news programs and online posts, the line was repeated again and again. Judges also said politics felt like entertainment this year, with sharp conflicts and sudden turns. The top 10 list included terms about bad damage, climate change, and 2 seasons, showing how daily life and the environment shaped the conversation.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? The award's grand prize was decided only by online voting, with no judges selecting winners. Judges awarded Takaichi's repeated "I will work" line and paired it with the idea of a woman leader. The phrase won a top 10 spot, but the overall grand prize went to a bear damage term. Organizers limited entries to entertainment words, so political slogans like the Prime Minister's line were excluded. The answer is 2.
Netflix agrees to buy Warner Brothers Studios and HBO Max. Netflix agreed to buy Warner Brothers Film and TV Studios and its streaming business, including HBO and HBO Max, in a cash and stock deal announced on December 5th. Netflix said the total value of the deal was about $82.7 billion, and the value of the shares was about $72 billion, or $27.75 per share. The company said their boards approved the agreement. Warner Brothers Discovery said the sale would move forward after it separates its global cable networks into a new company. Netflix added that it plans to keep Warner Brothers' current operations, including movie releases in theaters. The announcement sparked big reactions in Hollywood because it would combine the world's largest streaming service with one of the oldest studios. Analysts warned the United States and Europe could review the deal closely because it brings major streaming brands under one roof. Some experts said consumers and unions may also watch the deal carefully. Reuters reported that Paramount Skydance had also chased Warner Brothers Discovery, creating a bidding war. Netflix leaders argued the merger would give viewers more choice, support theatrical films, and help creators reach a wider global audience. The companies expect closing after the planned separation, likely in 12 to 18 months.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? Warner said Netflix would acquire only cable networks first, leaving the studio business for a later sale. The companies described a cash-only takeover with no stock component and a price near $8 billion. Netflix agreed to buy Warner Studios and HBO Max, valuing the deal around $82.7 billion. Netflix planned to shut down theatrical releases and move all Warner films straight to streaming after the merger. The answer is 3.
Kanji of 2025 is bear after many sightings across Japan. On December 12th, Japan's Kanji Aptitude Testing Foundation revealed the kanji of the year for 2025, Kuma, meaning bear. The character was written in a public ceremony at Kiyomizu-dera Temple in Kyoto using a huge brush and large paper. Kuma won 23,346 votes out of 189,122, beating the second-place character, Mi, meaning rice, by only 180 votes. The foundation also published a top 10 ranking, showing how closely people's concerns were divided. The project started in 1995 and collects votes from across Japan every year. It then picks one kanji that best reflects the year's major events, fears, and hopes. Nippon. The choice reflected rising concern about bears appearing in towns and even city areas. People saw news of bears entering parking lots and shops, and reports of injuries and crop damage increased. Authorities expanded measures, including emergency hunting rules in some regions and new ways to respond in populated areas. The foundation also mentioned bear cat, Yanbu in Chinese, because panda returns to China became another big story. With only a few pandas left in Japan, many voters said the kanji showed both fear of wildlife and sadness about losing familiar animals. Many people also said the problem felt closer to home than before. Nippon.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? The foundation announced the winner in Tokyo without any public writing ceremony or temple event. The character Mi won by a huge margin, while Kuma fell outside the annual top 10 ranking. Votes were collected only from Kyoto residents, so the result reflected local concerns more than national trends. The kanji Kuma was chosen as 2025 symbol, edging Mi by a small number of votes. The answer is 4.
Two stabbed near Fukuoka PayPay Dome. Suspect arrested after attack. On December 14th, two people were stabbed at a commercial and entertainment complex near Mizuho PayPay Dome in Chuo Ward, Fukuoka. Police said a woman in her 20s and a man in his 40s were attacked with a knife-like object around the late afternoon. Both victims were taken to the hospital and were conscious, according to early reports. The area is known for baseball events and an idol theatre, so the incident quickly drew attention and worried people who were heading to shows. The attacker fled and police started an investigation and asked witnesses for information. Police later arrested a 30-year-old man on suspicion of attempted murder. Media reports said the male victim worked as staff for events linked to the pop group HKT48, and some programs were cancelled or changed. Investigators looked into how the suspect entered the facility, whether he was in an unauthorised area, and why he attacked the victims. Some reports said the suspect was a regular visitor at idol fan events. The case restarted discussion about safety at crowded venues, including stronger checks at entrances, clearer rules for restricted areas, and better support for staff who face trouble with aggressive visitors. Fukuoka now.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? Two people were stabbed near PayPay Dome, and both victims stayed conscious when they were taken to hospital. Police said the attack happened late at night outside the stadium, and nobody was hurt inside the building. A suspect was arrested for trespassing only, even though investigators believed he used a knife-like object. The victims were attacked at a sports event entrance, and the suspect surrendered immediately at the scene. The answer is 1.
UNO Zoo announces return of twin pandas to China soon. Tokyo officials announced on December 15th that the twin giant pandas at UNO Zoo, Xiao Xiao and Lai Lai, will be returned to China under an agreement with the China Wildlife Conservation Association. The pandas were born at the zoo on June 23, 2021, and they were 4 years old this year. The zoo said the handover is planned for late January 2026. The announcement quickly reached many fans, and people began planning a last visit. For visitors, it felt like the start of a final countdown to say goodbye to two of Tokyo's most popular animals. To handle the expected crowds, the zoo said viewing rules would change in stages. First, visitors would move through the panda area in short time slots, guided by staff. From late December, the zoo plans to require online reservations on a first-come basis, and later it will move to a lottery. After late December, the pandas may be shown indoors only because of health checks before travel. Fans shared photos and memories, and some worried that Japan could have no pandas left after the twins leave. The zoo asked visitors to cooperate so the pandas can stay calm and travel safely to their next home.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? Tokyo announced the handover for late January 2025, and fans were told there would be no viewing limits. Tokyo said Uno's twin pandas would be sent back to China, with a handover planned for late January 2026. The zoo said online reservations would start with a lottery immediately, instead of first-come, first-served entries. Officials said the twins were born in 2020, and the return decision came only after their 6th birthday. The answer is 2.
Tokyo Akasaka private sauna fire kills married couple in December. A deadly fire broke out on December 15th at a private room sauna inside a building in Akasaka, Minato Ward, Tokyo. A married couple in their 30s was found near the entrance at a sauna room and later died. The shop was a members-only facility with fully private rooms, and it offered a luxury experience for 2 people at a time. Police said the fire happened in one sauna room on an upper floor at a building. Although the fire damage was limited to one room, the closed space made escape difficult. The case raised hard questions about how customers can get help quickly in a private sauna. Investigators examined the sauna's equipment and safety system. Media reports said the door handle may have come off, and police were checking whether the couple could have been trapped inside. Investigators also checked whether an emergency button was pressed and if staff noticed it in time. A damaged air vent was found, suggesting they may have tried to call for help by hitting it. Burn marks were seen on seats, backrests, and towels. Later reporting suggested the husband may have tried to shield his wife from heat. The tragedy sparked wider discussion about safety standards for private saunas, including alarms, regular staff checks, and safer door design. Tereyasa News.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? The fire stayed in one sauna room, and the emergency button worked quickly so nobody died. Police said the couple escaped outside but later died even though the door handle remained attached. Investigators found the air vent broken, but they ruled out any need to review safety standards afterwards. A fire at a members-only private sauna in Akasaka killed a couple, prompting checks of doors and alarms. The answer is 4.
Roomba maker, iRobot, files Chapter 11, plans sale to supplier. Roomba maker, iRobot, files Chapter 11, plans sale to supplier. iRobot, the maker of Roomba robot vacuums, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in the United States in mid-December. The company said it would go private through a process managed by a court and be acquired by its main contract manufacturer, Hachea Robotics. iRobot stressed that it expects normal operations to continue during the restructuring, including app functions, customer programs, and product support. It said it plans to keep serving customers while it reorganizes. The company became famous for bringing cleaning robots into many homes, but it has struggled to stay profitable in recent years, making this filing a major turning point. Reuters and AP reported that iRobot faced strong pressure from cheaper rivals and higher costs linked to new US tariffs. The company also suffered after Amazon dropped a planned acquisition following concerns from regulators. Under the new plan, Pisea would take full ownership and cancel major debt, while other creditors are expected to be paid. iRobot said it aims to finish the process by February 2026 and focus on rebuilding. It hopes a simpler structure will help it invest in better technology and compete in a market that is crowded with low-cost robot vacuums, especially from Asia.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? iRobot filed Chapter 11 but said its app would shut down and support would stop during restructuring. iRobot filed Chapter 11 and said its app and customer support would keep running during restructuring. Under the plan, Amazon agreed to buy iRobot again, reversing the earlier deal that regulators blocked. iRobot planned to sell to Pisa Robotics, but creditors would not be paid and debt would remain untouched. The answer is 2.
Finland PM apologises after slanted eyes posts spark anger abroad. Finland faced a backlash in December after lawmakers from the Finns party posted photos using a slanted eyes gesture. Many people in Asia and Europe criticised the images as racist and insulting. Finnish media called it a growing racism scandal. Prime Minister Petteri Orpo, who leads a coalition government that includes the Finns party, moved to limit the damage. He issued an apology through Finnish embassies in China, Japan and South Korea, saying the posts did not reflect Finland's values of equality and inclusion. Several politicians, including members of Parliament and the European Parliament, were linked to the posts. Reuters said the controversy began when the Miss Finland title holder was pictured making the gesture in a friend's social media post. She later apologised, but she was stripped of her crown. Several Finns party politicians then shared similar images, making the situation worse. Thin Air, Finland's national airline, warned that the widely reported scandal triggered backlash in Asian markets, where it runs long-haul routes. Orpo said the government takes racism seriously and promised stronger efforts to fight discrimination. One lawmaker told Reuters he had apologised for his post and the party planned to discuss the issue at a weekly meeting.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? Finnish leaders defended the gesture as harmless humor, and no apology was delivered to Asian countries or airlines. The backlash began when a Chinese ambassador complained, and the scandal ended after the Finns party left government immediately. After slanted eyes posts by Finns party politicians, Prime Minister Orpo sent apologies via embassies to China, Japan, Korea. Finnair praised the posts, saying they improved its image in Japan and helped sales for long-haul routes. The answer is 3.
Taipei knife and smoke attack leaves 3 dead and many injured.
A rare mass attack shocked Taiwan in mid-December. A 27-year-old man used smoke grenades and a knife to attack people in central Taipei, starting at Taipei Main Station and then heading toward a shopping mall near Zhongshan Station. 3 civilians were killed and 11 people were injured, with some victims reported in intensive care. The suspect fled from police and later died after falling from a building during the chase. The violence happened in a crowded district filled with commuters and shoppers, so it raised fear and anger across the island. Many residents called for stronger security. Police said the attacker acted alone and the motive was still under investigation. Officials said the man was wanted for avoiding Taiwan's compulsory military service. Violent crime in Taiwan is very rare, so the attack shocked many people. After the incident, Taipei's mayor said the city would upgrade security measures in busy commercial areas by increasing police presence and ensuring officers have needed gear. President Lai Ching-te visited injured people in the hospital and said the government would learn lessons from the case. He promised that rapid response units should be able to move immediately when emergencies happen to protect public safety in places where crowds gather. Reuters.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? A man attacked people in central Taipei with smoke devices and a knife, killing 3 and injuring 11. Police said 4 civilians died and the suspect was arrested alive after surrendering at Zhongshan Station Mall. Officials reported the attacker acted with a group and the motive was linked to a labor dispute at Taipei Station. After the incident, the mayor said police presence would be reduced and rapid response units would not be expanded. The answer is 1.
Zen's opening a new year ahead. December 31st, 2025 was the last day of the year. Many people look back on a year filled with big political changes, serious accidents, and fast-moving business news. At the same time, everyday moments also matter. Finishing school, starting a new job, moving, meeting new friends, or simply staying healthy. Some people join countdown events, while others spend a quiet night at home. Online messages show a mix of relief, gratitude, and hope. It reminds us that news is not only national stories, but also personal experiences that shape our daily lives. For our final slot, we want to hear your own 2025 headline. What was one good thing that happened to you in 2025? What challenge did you overcome, even a small one? Please share one sentence or a few lines in the comments. You can write in Japanese or simple English, and you can stay anonymous. Let's start 2026 by recognizing each other's progress and supporting people who had a difficult year. Thank you for watching.
Question: which of the following statements is correct? It asked viewers to write at least 10 lines, and it said anonymous comments were not allowed at all. It invited only good memories from 2025, and it told people not to mention any challenge. The host asked for Japanese comments only, saying simple English was welcome in other videos, not this one. The segment asked viewers to post a personal 2025 headline in comments in Japanese or simple English. The answer is 4.